Councilmember Marshall, can we test your audio before we start?
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Thank you.
Great. What was the command to unmute if I needed it? If my deal failed, control something.
I'll find it. Stand by.
Thanks.
Evening, everybody.
How you doing, Nigel?
I'm doing all right. Doing all right.
Command Shift A.
Are you ready, clerk?
Yes, I'm ready on my end.
Kenmore City Council is now in session. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Herbig.
Here.
Councilmember File.
Here.
Councilmember Marshall.
Present.
Mayor Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Here.
Councilmember Kugler.
Here.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Here.
All present.
I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the traditional land of the first people of Kenmore and honor with gratitude the land itself and the Coast Salish people who thrive in this place alive and strong. If you will now rise and join me in the flag salutes. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
For
which
which
it stands,
one nation,
one nation,
under
under
God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, thank you. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. If there are no changes or no objections, the agenda will stand approved as written.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
What rule is being broken? State your point.
Actually, pardon me, not a rule being broken, but I would like to move the following items from the consent agenda
There will
to,
be a time to do that when we get to the consent agenda. That's when that's done.
thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the proclamation. And we have two young women here to accept the proclamations, and we will mention that when we finish reading both proclamations. They are Aditi Jane and Sophia Leota. But the first one is the Earth Day proclamation. Whereas all species play a unique role in the complex web of life and contribute to the ecosystem services on which all life on Earth depends. And hence, protecting our species is crucial to the survival of this planet and its inhabitants. And whereas wild animal populations have declined on average by more than a half, and the Earth is facing an era of mass extinction. And whereas by 2050, between 60 and 70% of all people will live in cities, and species provide important services to city dwellers, such as generating oxygen and purifying the air, controlling other animals considered pests or the spread of disease, pollinating plants and crops, providing recreation opportunities, and promoting well-being, etc. Whereas many plants, wild animals, and pollinators live in urbanized landscapes, and cities thereby have a responsibility to examine the ecological impacts of expanding urban areas and how to protect biodiversity. And whereas it is understood that the sustainability will only be achieved by meeting the needs of the present without compromising the needs of future generations. Whereas it is essential to expand and diversify the global environmental movement to achieve maximum progress. And whereas Earth Day is an annual reminder of the constant need for environmental activism, stewardship commitments, and sustainability efforts. Now, I therefore, David Baker, Mayor, the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, April 22nd as Earth Day throughout the city of Kenmore. And we encourage all of our community members, businesses, and institutions to use Earth Day to celebrate the earth and promote the protection of our species. National Arbor Day Proclamation. Whereas in 1872, Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now, therefore, I, David Baker, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim Friday, April 30th, to be Arbor Day in the City of Kenmore. We urge all of our communities to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. We further urge our community members to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. I would now like to introduce Aditi Jain and Sophia Leota. Aditi is at Inglemoor, or while in Inglemoor, she organized the first annual Community Sustainability Summit and to encourage an ongoing relationship between students and 3 other cities in the North Shore School District. Now at the University of Washington, she's in engineering in an undeclared program and planning to study data science to encourage more climate action and conservation efforts within our community. And Sophia Leota is a senior at Inglemoor High School, where she is president of her school's Earth Corps Club and leading 4 committees focused on environmental initiatives. Outside of school is the manager of Sustainability Ambassadors, Green Jobs, Youth Pathways Career Initiative. Sophia's advocacy work primarily centers around broadening access to environmental education. Sophia is also passionate about bringing sustainability to her community and has volunteered with the City of Kenmore for over 100 hours supporting recreational and environmental restoration program. Ladies, if you would like to say a few words, we would love to hear from you. And if the city clerk can please unmute their mics.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sophia, and with Aditi, I'm super excited about this. And I think our city just has so much potential and has done so many great things for the environment. So this is definitely a huge step forward. Yeah, thank you so much.
No, thank you for everything you do in the community.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that and say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And I'm glad that the city is continuing to acknowledge the importance of taking care of our environment. Personally, I am starting to feel really grateful for all of what the earth has given us without asking for anything in return. Food, clean drinking water, beautiful sceneries. And I've been thinking a lot about what we owe to the land and what we could possibly give back to the land that has given us so much. And I'm reading a book called Braiding Sweetgrass. And it's by a biologist named Robin Kimmerer, whose work centers around her Indigenous background and her knowledge of biology. And in my opinion, I feel like if we can't give the land anything, the least we can do is try to protect it and care for it. And there are so many people in the community who are fighting for the land and what it deserves, and I admire their resilience. And I want to thank the city for being able to listen and consider these requests. But time is obviously not on our side, and I hope that in honor of Earth Day, the city will take action to clean up the environment and side with the beautiful earth instead of profits, focusing on the long-term goal of community sustainability. Some actions that the city can take right now are to test volatile organic compounds at the asphalt stack and invest in cleaning up waste sites in Kenmore, such as the Lake Point property. I urge the city to use this unprecedented time as an opportunity to make sure that we can invest in a normal that is safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aditi. And I know that we all wish you well in your studies at the university. We know that you're going to do great things, and we're looking forward to hearing more from you in the future. So thank you very much. And Sophia, I'm sorry that your junior year has sort of been interrupted by a pandemic, and I'm sure this wasn't the experience that you were looking forward to as a senior, but this too will pass. And I'm sure you're going to be doing great things in your future. And we really thank you for your involvement in our community. It is greatly appreciated. So thank you, ladies, very, very much. Next item on our agenda is public comments. And we want to welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council cannot engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. All comments must be addressed to the mayor and the city council. Please use the raise hand feature if you wish to speak. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm that we can hear you, and you will have 3 minutes. Please state your name, city of residence for the record, and keep your comments to the allotted time. Your time cannot be granted to another, and your clock time will not be reset unless there are extenuating circumstances and the presiding officer has expressly allowed it. Screen sharing is not allowed, and you can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. This meeting is being recorded, and we thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Will the clerk please call the first person?
Stand by. I see some hands raised. We're going to take them in this order. Tracy Benazinski, John Peoples, Julian Lowe, Diane Bates, David Morton, Katie Wilson to begin. Tracy, can you hear us? Tracy, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Tracy Bonashinsky, Kenmore. There's a difference between living on the land and dwelling in the land, understanding its rhythms, its potential, and its limits. If we develop intimacy with a place over time, if we dwell in it, it helps us cultivate a sense of responsibility for that place. This idea was the seed for the habitat restoration project at Wallace Swamp Creek Park. I started that project in part because I wanted an opportunity to engage in environmental stewardship in my own community. I longed for the deep sense of place that comes from returning to the same soil month after month through seasons over years, sitting with and noticing and tending with kindness, care, and compassion, and doing it in community with friends, family, and neighbors. Over the past 18 months, as we've removed Himalayan blackberry from the park, we've watched leaves fall from trees and ossobury lead the march into spring. We've listened to robins settling territorial disputes and chickadees calling to one another. We've uncovered northern salamanders and yellow-spotted millipedes in the leaf litter. Both of these amazing critters and others live just steps from the cars speeding along 73rd Avenue Northeast. You'd never know if you didn't take the time to stop and dwell in the land. Our feet have felt the ground soften and harden in rhythm with the seasons. The creek has raged and calmed as the flow of water upstream and the rains have shifted. We've come to know and love the small parcels of soil we've tended to, and this love has radiated out into the rest of the park and the world. We've come to know and love one another in deeper, richer ways as well. The Habitat Restoration Project at Wallace Swamp Creek Park is only one way we can cultivate a sense of place and connection in our community. I believe another way we can nurture a deep sense of place is by grounding ourselves in the wisdom of and honoring the first peoples who have lived on this land since time immemorial. With this in mind, I fully support the renaming of Squires Landing to Oahatis, the Lushootseed name chosen by tribal leaders consulted by the Kenmore Historical Society. The giving of this name to us feels like a sacred gift and an honor, especially given the long legacy of erasure Indigenous peoples have experienced in this country. They did not need to connect us to the land in this way, and yet they did. The English translation of Oahatis, a place where something is grown or sprouts, is beautiful, and the visible presence of the Lushootseed language in our community can remind us of the long history of the land on which we live, that Indigenous peoples have lived in harmony with and been good stewards of the land and its abundance for thousands of years before Kenmore existed. It could, I hope, help us dwell here more fully, with more presence and mindfulness, both looking back to ground ourselves and to head toward a more equitable, sustainable, beautiful future for all. I would also like to take this opportunity to voice support for staff recommendations for naming and renaming our parks and open spaces in Kenmore as outlined in the park naming memo dated March 30th, 2021, prepared by Community Development Director Debbie Bent. In particular, I would like to see the following carried through and centered in a park naming policy from the memo. In addition, staff recommends that a main criterion of a parks naming policy include an emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion with extra attention given to First Peoples and their historical place names. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you and for your serious consideration. I appreciate your leadership, and I'd like to acknowledge that I have probably mispronounced Oahatis, but I will learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peoples?
Yes, John Peoples, Kenmore.
Let's
City. Can you hear me? Yep.
We can hear you.
City Council and neighbors, thank you very much for hearing from me today. I hope you all had a chance to get outside and enjoy this lovely day. And thank you very much for allowing us to recite the Pledge of Allegiance, inherent in which is a gratitude for our great country that God has given us. And I would like to ask you to not erase the Watson Squires name from Squires Landing Park. Add another name if you would like, but there's no sense in celebrating inclusion by excluding. There's no sense in protesting erasure by erasing. And last year, I told you about a vision I had about interacting with police, and that in addition to our wish that police officers would endeavor to de-escalate tense situations, I suggested that citizens also have a responsibility to de-escalate tense situations. That has come back in national news over the last week. 2 cases in which situations that were fully under control, and the citizen made an awful decision to escalate the tension, and both cases ended in tragedy. So I'd like everyone listening to remember to remain calm when interacting with our police officers. They have a hard enough job as it is. Enjoy Arbor Day. It's always good to plant a few more trees. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Julian Lowe?
Hi, good evening. Julian Lowe, Local Government Affairs Manager for Puget Sound Energy, and my city of residence is in Seattle. Mayor Baker, Deputy Mayor Herbig, council members, I'd like to kick off Earth Week by sharing a little bit about Puget Sound Energy's goals on climate, the climate action plan that the city is developing, and then also share a quick pandemic update and what Puget Sound Energy is doing to assist Kenmore residents, businesses, and our customers. And so, as you know, PSE has laid out a goal to be a beyond net zero company by 2045. And we'll be targeting reducing our own carbon emissions to net zero and go beyond by helping other sectors to enable carbon reduction across the state of Washington. These set of commitments and aspirational goals have three main areas. One is our operations and electric supply carbon emissions. As you know, in terms of meeting the goals of CETA, we plan to reduce our emissions and our electric supply to net zero by 2030. And by 2045, PSE will have a 100% carbon-free electric supply. 2, PSE natural gas sales for customer and use carbon emissions. Our aspirational goal is to reach net zero carbon emissions for natural gas sales by 2045. That's in customer use in homes and businesses with an interim target of a 30% emissions reduction by 2030. And then 3, beyond PSC reported carbon emissions, our goal is to partner with customers and industry to identify programs and products that cost effectively reduce carbon across sectors and across our region and state. Examples include transportation through EV implementation and the support of low carbon fuels, upstream methane emissions reductions, and RNG projects for municipal solid waste, agricultural waste, and forestry sources. Folks may have seen the Seattle Times article about hydrogen, which is also promising technology. In terms of meeting this beyond net zero goal, we'll be convening a variety of stakeholders and engaging in a robust community engagement process with an external advisory committee. And we look forward to conversations with City of Kenmore. I want to thank city staff for the conversation that my colleagues had with the city as it develops its climate action plan. And then finally, as you know, I wanted to share a quick update on the pandemic. And I know that the council has set a high priority on assisting its customers. And so soon I'll be sharing some additional information about our KCAP program and the expansion to $27 million to share bill payment assistance for all of our customers, and would really appreciate the City Council's help in spreading that information. Thank you so much, and look forward to tonight's presentation.
Thank you very much. Diane Bates. Diane Bates, can you hear us? You're muted.
Sorry about that. My name. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Diane Bates, and I live in Kenmore. I'm currently living in an apartment, and I have been calling the police lately because there have been cars going through up 68 that have modified mufflers and are very loud, and the decibel level is definitely above 70, which is a safe level for hearing. And so I have been reporting it to the police, and I've also contacted the city through the website, but there hasn't been any results. And in addition to the loud mufflers, because they're modified mufflers, there's also been a lot of speeding on the street, which makes them even louder. And some of it has been drag racing, and some of it is just speeding. And then we had this accident with a bicycle just a few days ago. I just wanted to ask the City Council if there's anything that you could do to resolve this. I work at home because of COVID, and a lot of people in my building work from home. And so when we have the loud mufflers coming through, which usually is between 3:30 and 6:30, although sometimes we've had it late at night, especially the drag racing. It has been on Friday and Saturday nights, which interferes with sleep, but during the day, it interferes with my ability to work. And so I just wanted to bring it to the council and see if there's anything that you could do about it. My thought is maybe the police could sometimes stake out 68, but another option is if the city had a decibel camera, which is a new thing. it takes a look at decibel levels of engines, and then there's an automated system that sends out tickets. And as I said, it's not just the noise. When you have a modified muffler, it also contributes to air pollution. So anyway, please consider my suggestions, and thank you for everything that you're doing. And that's all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Morton.
Good evening, council members. I'm David Morton. I live near Redmond, and I'm a PhD chemist. Today, I'm asking the city of Kenmore to please consider working with CADMAN, PSCAA, the Washington State Department of Ecology, and the US EPA to monitor the hazardous air pollutants emitted by CADMAN's Kenmore asphalt plant. Testing and monitoring the common toxic asphalt plant emissions in the air around the plant would help provide a clearer picture of the air pollution being breathed by CADMAN's neighbors. EPA document AP42 lists volatile organic chemicals, or VOCs, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons that are emitted by hot mix asphalt, or HMA, facilities. But the VOC emission factor listed in AP42 for a batch mix HMA facility like CADMAN's is rated D, meaning the emission factor is unreliable and inaccurate. Also, evidence shows that CADMAN has not been using the binder that was used by the facilities analyzed to produce the emission factor. Under these circumstances, AP42 recommends testing and monitoring the air emissions of such a facility. Common hazardous air pollutants from asphalt plants like CADMAN's include acetaldehyde, acetone, benzene, ethylbenzene, formaldehyde, toluene, and xylene. These chemicals are found in the air around a facility, which is evaporating the light fractions of petroleum into the air breathed by thousands of people in the neighborhood. Formaldehyde is an extremely hazardous substance, as well as a carcinogen. Benzene is notorious for being a potent carcinogen. Acetaldehyde and ethylbenzene are probable carcinogens. Also likely present in CADMAN's emissions are alkanes, naphthalene, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, cresols, cresilic acid, cumene, phenol, and compounds of arsenic and cadmium. All these substances are hazardous air pollutants addressed by the Clean Air Act. The U.S. Congress designed the Clean Air Act to protect public health and welfare from toxic and carcinogenic air pollution caused by pollution sources. Residential areas close to heavy industrial facilities are at risk of such air pollution. Monitoring the CADMAN asphalt plant air emissions is needed because employees of nearby businesses, people enjoying nearby parks and trails, nearby residents, and shoppers at nearby stores have the right to know what toxic chemicals they may be exposed to in their daily living. The community has the right to know what hazardous air pollutants are being emitted by CADMAN's Kenmore asphalt plant and in what amounts. Thank you.
Katie Wilson, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So hello, my name is Katie Wilson. I'm a resident of Seattle, but I am speaking to you today because I'm helping to coordinate a new King County-wide coalition called Stay Housed, Stay Healthy. Our aim is to prevent a wave of evictions in King County in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. We want to create housing stability, give rental assistance programs time to work, and prevent a rise in homelessness that will lead to a new public health crisis just as COVID-19 is receding. As you know, the pandemic has put many thousands of renters into debt, and so many workers, especially lower wage workers in the service industry, have lost jobs. When people fall into homelessness, it is much more difficult and costs a lot more to help them out of homelessness than to prevent eviction in the first place. The state legislature has passed a couple of really important bills in this session that will provide some protections for renters statewide. However, these laws are not as strong as they should be and will still leave many renters unprotected. We are very concerned that the state moratorium may well be lifted on June 30th because rental assistance programs will not be fully implemented by then. It's so important that communities around King County act urgently to create a stronger off-ramp so that renters can recover from the pandemic without facing eviction, and so that landlords and renters are incentivized to work together to access rental assistance programs instead of resorting to eviction, which almost always leads to homelessness. We are hoping that Kenmore and cities around King County will take action over the next few months to protect renters. Our coalition is working with community organizations, service providers, and elected officials around the county to develop solutions. Some of these could be specifically COVID-related measures, like simply extending eviction moratoriums past June 30th, or creating a defense to eviction so that rental debt due to COVID hardship does not become a reason to evict. Other measures could be longer term because we know that many renters were already struggling and vulnerable before the pandemic. For example, our coalition is supporting a package of tenant protections that King County Council members will soon be considering for unincorporated King County, which includes requiring longer notice of large rent increases, capping move-in fees and late fees, and allowing tenants to adjust their rent due date if they live on a fixed income. We would love to see similar protections passed in Kenmore so that Kenmore renters are protected and have the time and space they need to recover from the economic damage of the pandemic, which has hit our communities so unevenly. Kenmore has already shown leadership on protecting renters in the past and taking action during the pandemic, and our coalition would love to work with you all to continue and expand upon this good work. So thank you so much for hearing my comment today. And again, the coalition is called Stay Housed, Stay Healthy. And we have a little website up at stayhousedstayhealthy.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Katie. Rose Hendricks.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Rose Hendricks. I live in Kenmore. I'm calling in today just to support the DEI initiative in general and the push to rename some parks and to change guidelines around naming in particular. Obviously, we can't erase or change the past, but what we name things is a reflection of what we honor and what we value, and reevaluating that in light of changing understanding of our history and an honest evaluation of that, I think, is a step in the right direction. Again, we can't change anything, but we can benefit from an honest evaluation of our history and change how we move forward. That's all I had to say. Everyone get vaccinated. Thanks.
Thank you. Stacy Valenzuela.
Hi, good evening. Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore, and I'm a Kenmore advocate. I first want to say that we are very proud of our youngsters that came tonight to accept the proclamation. They have a lot of great ideas, and I hope to see more from them. Secondly, I'd like to address that I'm doing a couple events for Earth Week, and that is the Scoop the Poop event. Look for us around. Handing out biodegradable poop bags and carriers, as well as the food boxes farm to family that we will have on Thursday in cooperation with INSP, the Kenmore Community Church, and the firefighters Prop 1, Know and Defeat Prop 1. Also, I'm going to address number D, F, and H, mainly on the consent agenda, which means that these things can be approved before there's any discussion. I'm concerned and I'm in shock. I ask that these things be removed from the consent agenda and moved to public agenda for open discussion prior to the approval on tonight to allow for public transparency and input. On the Public Works project, there is no transparency. The criteria discussed at the previous city council meeting that I believe does not match what was voted on. Disqualified were the mobile home parks and civil services, not the table 1 phase criteria of strategic civil. I probably won't make it all the way through my list tonight, but we, the homeowners, We were the ones that for 2 years went to all these meetings to enlighten you as to the value of the mobile home parks as homeowners and the very affordable housing. On top of that, I'm against the authorization of Amendment 2, contract for 14 C1329 for What's Up Paddleboard. That is a long time, small local business, and he should not be punished by having to ask a private club, the boathouse manager, the city, and 3 others. And it was wrong to put it under the umbrella at a cost of $2.2 million. On top of that, there's also the $87,000, yet another consultant for increasing public participation. I think that that is wrong. And the city also hired 4 new employees. And I think that they could do a couple monkey surveys and check in with other people how to get more participation, and also just listen to, and do what your constituents are wanting you to do instead of choosing other things like naming the park. And it should be renamed, because not only was the study back in 2010 to 2015 said that they should name it a Native American to represent the tribes, and also honor that they gave us use to the Sammamish River and their water rights. The reading of a statement at the beginning of the meeting does not do anything unless your actions honor these words.
I'm sorry, your time is up. And Hanson. N. Hanson.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I live in Kenmore. This is also on Squires Landing. I had heard a few months ago some concerns by the council members about the runoff from a previous surface parking lot. And I don't know if the issue was looked into and studied by the Planning Commission or not, but whatever happened, I see that asphalt is now planned. So I contacted Maureen Kolizzi about using a water permeable surface. She checked on it and said that the project was too far along for any change now. So I'd like to find out what options were actually reviewed and considered in this decision. And because I wasn't around all that time, so I didn't see. So I'd like to know if you really looked at other things or not. I do have one idea that I'd like to let you know about. It's a solution I learned from at the XIII Conservation District several years ago. The product is called VersaGrid, and I think the company has now been sold. There's a representative who is out of Issaquah now, so there's someone close by. It's basically a grid system made of recycled plastic, and it comes in various weights, so it can handle, heavy machinery and trucks. And then it's filled with gravel, so it creates an impervious surface. Right now, I'd like to ask the council to request the Planning Commission first to look into whether this could still be used at Squires, or whether it's too late. I understand the project has been pushed out a ways, so I don't know what the final date is, but to see if there's any possibility. And then if that's not possible, I still would like to see that the Planning Commission research this, so it might be able to be used for future projects. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David and Kira Dorian.
Hi there, thank you. First of all, I'd like to start my time with something that I wasn't going to share, but hearing from Katie Wilson, I should say my name's David Dorian. I'm a resident of Kenmore. I'd like to add my voice as a resident to what Katie was suggesting around equity for protecting renters at this time. I think that's a very important thing for us to consider. What I was going to share, and my wife's here with me as well, is around the renaming of the parks. I've read through the memorandum. I think it's a really well-researched and well-put-together memorandum. A few things really stuck out to me. The staff recommendation that a main criterion of a park's naming policy include an emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion, with extra attention given to First Peoples and their historical place names. I think that's really key, and it's great to see that came out from the really well-researched memorandum here. And alongside that, some of the context around agreement number 11 and the Kenmore Historical Society in their analysis say that putting names chosen by Native Americans alongside other names for a public vote would be disingenuous. And I can totally see that and align with their recommendation that's been rolled up into this memorandum. It does seem that if we want to drive forward with equity, we're looking to the council to help lead with that, with the training and the focus that the council has had around diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think a large number of residents would have similar feelings, but it is something that is something that requires different perspectives and can oftentimes take training and take more focus than someone might give it as just an individual citizen. So the fact that the council has taken the time to look into this, produce this really well-researched memorandum that is making these recommendations, just I think strongly makes the case to stand behind the renaming, and also the mode of the renaming that has come across in the memorandum, that it would be disingenuous to put it up for a public vote when there has been a recommendation come from Native American members of the community. So I thank the council again for the process that's been taken in this way. Impressed by how well researched the memorandum is and by the focus on this. And I thank you. I'll see the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Vicki Grayland. Vicki Grayland. Vicki, can you hear us? You're muted. Okay, Vicki, we may have to come back to you. Elizabeth, presumably Elizabeth Mooney. Elizabeth?
Hi. Can you hear me, Anastasia?
I can.
Can you see me too?
Yes.
Oh, great.
You're
Okay,
outside.
so we are outside at Squire Landing and just super proud to be here during the Earth Day week. And so, oh, wait, I'm Elizabeth Mooney and I live in Kenmore. I'm president of PERC, People for Environmentally Responsible Kenmore, which is also part of what formed this year, the Kenmore Clean Air Coalition. And I want to definitely start off by saying that I fully support what David Morton said and what Tracy Bonazinski said and Stacy Valenzuela. So I really want to applaud the young students who care so much for our earth. Aditi Jain and Sophia Leota are two of my best heroines. And I want to thank them for their leadership, their collaboration in the Kenmore Clean Air Coalition, of which PERC is a part. I've spent a few days working with volunteers on a citizen science endeavor regarding the Kenmore asphalt plant not testing its emissions in accordance with modern best available science. And I know that next week, Puget Sound Clean Air Agency is coming to discuss their library of air monitors that they lend out. I've been in communication with the city and the agency. My understanding is that these monitors are not regulatory. They do not test for VOCs, but I do think they would enable citizens to get involved and take action and be outside, getting to know one another and asking questions and learning. So for educational, environmental purposes, I think it's a great start. And I think that we should be walking the Burke-Gilman Trail and I plan to help with that endeavor, both with the air monitors that the city might borrow or PERC might borrow. But here I have an air monitor that I showed Council Member Kugler yesterday. And I am happy on Earth Day at noon, I will start walking up and down just for educational purposes and to celebrate Earth Day together at noon at Lagoon Park. I will plan to be there and join if you want. We'll go get some coffee, maybe call me if you want. But in any case, my understanding is that those monitors and this monitor is not going to be what a consultant would use. But what we want to do is gather data and, more importantly, gather people to learn together in a mutually beneficial community, Kenmore, which is the steward of this North Lake Washington. And look at these beautiful boats and the ducks, and there are fishermen over there, family of fishermen. So see you at Logboom Park at noon on Earth Day, and I will teach you how to share this monitor.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We have 4 additional hands raised in this order. Phyllis Finley, I believe, Emily Burnham, Janet Hayes, and Vicki Grayland. Will come back to you. Phyllis Finley.
I'm Phyllis Finley. I live in Kenmore. Continuing concerns about our city's financial situation. It seems that not much has changed in the council's approach since it announced our city's financial crisis. I will address these 3 issues: consent agendas, the use of consultants, and special interest projects. Number 1, consent agenda items. I've observed that almost 100% of consent agenda items get approved by the council. It seems that though consent agenda items are approved simply because a staff member has put them there. Number 2, the use of consultants. When I worked for the state of Washington, increasingly more items were added to the job description of those in my position. One principal made this infamous statement in a staff meeting, quote, "If you think your plate is already full, get a bigger plate," unquote. I kid you not. In the city of Kenmore, it seems that the plate is full solution for staff is to hire consultants to do the work. You know, even after you announced our financial crisis, how many consultants have been hired and what the total dollar has been. I question this responsible use of the city's resources, and I see it as a deceptive management scheme. The public has made it clear that hiring more and more employees is not acceptable. This seems to be circumvented by hiring consultants instead. A more fiscally responsible option would be to take off the plates of your staff all projects that are not vital to the city and beneficial to the majority of residents. Number 3, this segues into my 3rd topic, special interests. In the recent past, ball fields were a favorite pursuit of a previous council member. Around $1 million taxpayer dollars were spent on that project. That project would have benefited a very small segment of Kenmore's population. The latest council member pet project has been the boathouse, largely benefiting Kenmore Rowing Club, of which Deborah Srebnick is a board member. Again, benefiting a very small segment of Kenmore's population. Expense to taxpayers, around $2 million. Let's move to Squires Landing. If it has indeed been happening, why has the city been paying $40,000 a year to the North Shore Canoe and Kayak Club, of which the mayor's wife has been listed as president? Is it a coincidence that this park's development is in the best interest of the Seattle Flying Dragons, of which the mayor's wife is treasurer? I suggest that before taxpayer dollars are used, the council be able to answer yes to this one question. Will a large and varied segment of Kenmore citizens benefit from this amenity that we've already proven we can afford?
Thank you very much. Emily Burnham.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, I'm, can you see me? No, not yet.
Yes.
It's probably better if you don't. I didn't, I had a hat on all day. So my name's Emily Burnham. I live in Kenmore, and I thought it would be appropriate with Earth Day and Arbor Day coming up to once again address the necessity of preserving Kenmore's tree canopy, specifically the old growth upper canopy trees. On my daily COVID walks, which I've done almost every day since COVID, I've taken the same route every day. I've seen people, residents, taking down perfectly, well, visually healthy trees. I'm not an arborist. Excuse me. And if they do replace it, they replace them with non-native species that will not grow higher than the roof line. And I think that, and also I see on Nextdoor, people planning to take down their trees by asking for help with their impending trees coming down to help take the chips and distribute the chips. And despite my saying, please reconsider, and trees offered this, and that, and I had a whole list and I had links, etc. They said that they had several arborists come and determine that the trees are hazardous, but I just feel like many arborists, there's a conflict of interest built into the fact, into the business of tree removal. And as a common person, I feel like it's, you would never know. Like most of us don't know how to tell if a tree is hazardous. And then there's that subjectivity. Well, is it hazardous because it's taller than my house? I think it is. I think it's not. Anyway, I noticed, I want to applaud City of Kenmore. I saw that there was a PowerPoint presentation on this very preservation of trees. However, I feel there's a couple issues I don't think I'll have time to go into about some of the specifics within the data in that. But after looking at the PowerPoint, I feel like above everything else, it seems like there is a broad feeling that it feels like the majority of the community feels that trees, it's like we're convincing people that trees are good. Whereas I would love to see the opposite, where people are like, trees are good. Why are you telling us trees are good? It just seems like I would love a chance to educate the community in some way. And as a graphic designer, UX designer, I have the ability to bring research into my design, and I'm willing to create some sort of presentation backed by data if it fits in any of the City of Kenmore's future agendas. So thanks everybody who's also on board with this. That's all.
Thank you very much. Janet Hayes. Janet Hayes.
Oh, hi.
We can
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Janet Hayes, and I'm a resident of Kenmore. I am speaking to talk about the asphalt plant plume. The odor 5 days a week is not what gives me asthma, headaches, sore throat, burning eyes, inflamed esophagus, which I went to the doctor for this last week. It is the emissions. On April 8th, I made a complaint and I got a fast response. Thank you, Bridget. But when going onto the site and into the complaint link, I was unable to access any information or see the signed affidavits that my mother and my husband and myself signed. I'd like to maybe get a progress report a little sooner. This discourages people from calling at all. Truth be told, I could call every day, but I would feel like you could be upset because I would be harassing. That's the issue I have. Sometimes the wind does go in the other direction. The other question that I have is the cement plant when they had the artwork up that just fell down recently, used to have identified what was in each of the 3 silos. One of the silos listed fly ash. I am wondering why those have been repainted and there is no information or contents available to the public. The last thing I have to say is I'm worried about when I go to sell my place. Am I going to have to disclose something that will be questionable, like the odor and maybe what's in it? I'm going to have to be researching that at some point in time in the near future. And to me, what says list any nuisances, I'm wondering if I'm required to mention the asphalt plant. and all the new residential buildings that, are you disclosing that information? One of them is going to be directly in line with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hayes. Vicki Grayland, we'd like to come back to you quickly. If you're available, Vicki Grayland. Vicki Grayland, do you have any comments? Mayor Baker, I see no further hands raised.
If there is no one else wishing to speak, we'll declare the public comment portion closed. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Councilmember File, you have something you want removed?
Thank you, Mayor Baker. I would like to request that we move items E, G, and H from the consent agenda to the business agenda, if there's no objection.
Well, normally the way we handle this is we pull them from the consent agenda, then we discuss them, and then we decide what we're going to do with them. Councilmember Srebnick, you had your hand up?
Same.
Same, okay. So again, that was D, G, and H. Is that correct?
It was E, G, and H, but
E, G.
correct. But I wouldn't object to pulling item D as well.
Okay, tell me what you want pulled.
E, G, and H.
Great.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and remove E, G, and H. And so the rest of the consent agenda, minus items E, G, and H, will seek a motion to approve.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Okay, so we are approving the consent agenda minus items E, G, and H. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. City Manager, can we please discuss E, G, and H and answer any questions the council member may have or other council members?
Sure. Item number E is the King County District Court contract. What would you like to know? Or I have Leticia Salcido, our finance director here, and she can give you a quick summary of what's on for approval tonight. Would that be helpful?
Councilmember File?
Thank you. That would be helpful. I do have a few questions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Leticia Salcido, Director of Finance. Yes, under Washington state law, cities are responsible for providing criminal justice services. Those services include a jail, prosecution, defense, indigent screening, and then court. A lot of these agreements are through a memorandum of agreements with King County. The item, the agenda for your review and consideration in this case is an agreement for district court services with King County. The current contract that we have is with King County and is set to expire on December 31st of this year. Negotiations for this contract started back in May of 2019. However, because of COVID, negotiations were stalled, but they continued later on in 2020, and the results of those negotiations is being included in this agenda and this new contract for your review and consideration. The agreement, again, is for district court services, and the other cities that are involved in this agreement with the county is comprised of 12 cities. Those cities include Auburn, Bellevue, Shoreline, Covington, Duval, Redmond, Sammamish, Ozark, Skykomish, Carnation, Berrien, and Canmore. The agreement is based on a shared cost concept. It's a proportionate share of court costs for facilities, staff, judge, technology, and expertise. The cost is based on use, that's the number of cases, the weight of the cases, and the judicial time to process each one of those cases. It takes into consideration physical space, facilities, security, courtroom, jury assembly, and staff. This court interlocal agreement is a way to minimize cost, liability, risk of running your own court. It's a way to share fixed cost and pay for actual use, which is based on the number of cases that the city puts on this court. The term of the contract is for 5 years. It starts on January 1st of 2022, and it ends December 31st of 2026, with an option to extend 2 more times for a period of 4 years each. The cost in the past has been, for example, in 2018, with 1,318 cases, the cost was $265,000. And in 2020, cases substantially declined to 519, and the cost that the city paid was $122,000. Some of those costs are paid by the revenues that are actually generated through fines and filings, et cetera, where the city pays only a portion of this total cost.
Councilmember File, do you have other questions?
I do, thank you. Given this is an opportunity for improvement by contract, and we had and hosted a number of community listening sessions with our mayor's pledge, our council has commitment to improving outcomes for our community through services that we contract with. I see this as an opportunity to look closer at the services that are provided by our courts for our Kenmore pathway. What kind of victim support services are in place? Is peer support services, alternative support services available through our courts and district courts that we can contract with or connect with. Additionally, what other types of fingerprint support services are available that are state required for licensing renewal or associated background checks? That's an opportunity to connect to and support our local businesses through that fingerprinting support service pathway, let alone we do know our local courts do the background checks associated with gun licensing renewal. I'd like to start there, but before I close, this is an opportunity to improve and enhance implicit bias and bias issues. I think we have to be mindful when engaging in new contracts like this with opportunities and with prior commitment to our community. These are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Marshall.
A question then for staff and/or the city manager. Are we on a timeline to approve this contract, or do we have time to look at some of the issues that Councilmember File and I am interested in as well?
This is a contract that for which negotiations started in 2019 with all of the member cities voting and coming together to review the various aspects of the contract. At this point in time, they have all come into agreement, and most of the cities have already gone before their councils and presented the contract for approval. With no other options for the city, it is important that we move forward with regards to this contract. Mr. City Manager, do you have any other comments?
No, I think you said it well. Councilmember File mentioned fingerprinting. That's not offered by the court. That's offered through our police contract. And so our residents can get fingerprinting services at the Shoreline precinct at the Shoreline City Hall. What else? Oh, victim advocacy. That's not provided through the court. That's provided through our prosecutor's office. So she has a staff of people working for her firm. One of them is a victims' rights coordinator. They also support witnesses. So that service is covered by our prosecutor's office. And then you said something about peer, Councilmember Fire. What was the peer thing?
Peer service.
Okay, I don't know what that is. Can you explain that?
Peer services is more of a certified advocate. If somebody has an additional recording device, if you just want to distance it from the, thank you. Peer support services are a certified advocate who has prior had similar experiences associated to what a victim or a person engaging in the court system through the process. It can be anywhere from an advocate who specializes in mental health or behavioral health issues and helps the individual manage through their process in a human-centered approach kind of pathway. It's a more just service. I know that our state is working really hard on connecting these services and promoting more awareness around these services. And they're essential to improving a quality of restorative justice throughout the process when engaging in the court system, let alone advocacy rights, individual rights. Aside from that, when you were saying that fingerprinting services is available through Shoreline courts, it's limited. So there is a new requirement by our state for those in the home buying and selling business or brokerage. They do require a fingerprint renewal. This is something that would be helpful to support businesses who have that type of expectation to fill. For these businesses that reside within our borders, they do have to go to Linwood or out to Seattle to get this service done. And it's pretty complicated during COVID.
And they can also go to Shoreline. They can make an appointment to go to Shoreline for those services. All I know is that the court doesn't offer that.
Shoreline's telling these businesses that they do not offer this service.
Oh no, you can call the Shoreline Police Department and make an appointment to get your fingerprinting done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Marshall?
And just very briefly, it was mentioned the decreasing costs of like $100,000, I think it was. That was because of decreased prosecutions then, or filings, decreased prosecutions. Is that right?
Yes, one of the items that I noted here is the number of cases back in 2018 was 1,318. And then the number of cases in 2020 was 519. So yes, significant decline.
Is there anything else on this, Councilmember File?
No, thank you. I believe you answered all my questions. My only lasting issue there was any opportunity to improve by contract the work that's being done around implicit bias and bias with those who engage the system. I don't know personally if there has been any sort of an assessment looking at the penalties applied by race or gender analysis for those engaging the system. And that would be helpful.
Deputy Mayor.
I think we've had the district court come and present to us at some point and give us kind of a, allow us to ask questions and do all of that. I know it's outside of the contract that we're discussing right now, but that might be something it's been a few years. It might be something worth doing in the future.
Yeah, I agree. That would be a good thing to do. Have the court come back. All right, so item number E. All your questions have been answered, Councilmember File?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so Chair will entertain a motion to either adopt item E or to reject it. Is there a motion?
I move to adopt item E.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on this? All those in favor of adopting item E, say aye.
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 Opposed? Item E stands adopted unanimously. All right, next item then I believe is item number G. Councilmember File, you had questions on item number G?
Thank you, Mayor Baker. For item G, there's been a number of questions on this issue. I believe just a brief description would help our community. And I really greatly appreciate it. We're given a change more explicitly. Behavioral science shows people need to hear something more than once, often 2 or 3 times to latch onto a new concept. We did miss Suicide Awareness Week on our agenda with this proclamations calendar. Suicide Awareness Week is September 5th through 11th. I just want to make note of that given a recent suicide in our community, and suicide awareness and prevention's necessary given the connection with mental health and depression heightened during the COVID pandemic. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, can you have somebody address item G?
That's the proclamations policy, right?
I believe that's correct.
City Clerk, do you feel like you can address that issue?
I believe it's going to be a vote of the council to determine whether they'd like to make this addition to the calendar.
So, Suicide Prevention Week. I think in the past we have recognized this. I'm not sure why it was off the calendar. I know it was not on the calendar for September last year, and I think that had a lot to do with COVID and a lot of the things we were going through. But I would certainly be happy with putting that one back on in September. Is there a motion to do that or not?
I would move.
Okay.
Yeah, I would move to add it to the calendar, add Suicide Prevention Week to the calendar. I think it's an important week to acknowledge, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Mayor and Councilmember File.
All right. So there's a motion in front of us to add Suicide Prevention Week. Councilmember Shrebnick.
Yeah, no, I would concur, and it fits well with Recovery Month, which I think is also in September, if I'm believing I'm seeing that correctly in there. So those can be done theoretically together.
All right. If there's no further discussion on this, motion in front of us is to add Suicide Prevention Week to the September list of proclamations. Yeah, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. So if the clerk will please make sure that gets added to the proclamation agenda. All right. All those in favor, well, no, we need a motion to approve item number G. Is there a motion?
Councilmember O'Kane made that motion, Mayor Baker.
No, she made
I was
the
getting
motion.
ready to, I was actually going to allow you, but so moved.
You now need a
Please.
motion for G.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All right. All those in favor of approving item number G, say aye.
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 All right. And those opposed, say nay. Item G stands approved as unanimously. All right, next item.
Point of clarification, this is the
Sure.
Councilmember Shrubnik, were you suggesting that we incorporate language into one proclamation or consider a separate proclamation?
Separate, but I mean, in theory, you could have the same, groups accept them. You could do them on the same week to kind of underscore their complementary issues. That's all I was suggesting. Sort of like we did today.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Next item is authorize the city manager to execute addendum number 2 to the contract number 14C-139 with what's up, or 329, excuse me, C-1329 with what's up. Councilmember File, what questions do you have with that one?
I would like a brief review for our community. I believe that I've engaged a number of questions with community members over the last week that I believe this could provide some clarification and decrease the confusion around this contract. It'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, is there somebody here on staff that can explain that?
Yeah, I think Debbie Bent, Community Services Director, Community Development Director, I should say.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. So the city has had a contract with What's Up Paddle since 2014 to provide a concession at Log Boom Park for the rental of paddleboards and kayaks. And as we're anticipating that the Log Boom Park will be under construction this year, we worked with the owner of What's Up to provide an alternative location at Rhododendron Park. So that is the reason for the addendum. There are things in the addendum that clarifies that now the concession will operate from Rhododendron Park. We recognize that there are constraints at Rhododendron Park. So the city will be providing one storage container, but we are allowing Mr. Holmes to bring in a 16-foot trailer for storage as well to meet his needs. As the dock where people will be launching from is a public dock, and as there's also likely going to be other programming going on there, we want to make sure that that dock is available to the public. And so we've suggested then that all potential users gather together for a monthly meeting so that we can coordinate schedules. That's the reason for that meeting. Also recognizing that Mr. Holmes has another venture called What's Up Cruise Adventures to offer eco tours of the Sammamish River. That is also included in the addendum.
That answer your questions, Councilmember File?
It does. Thank you. Much appreciated.
All right. Mr. City Manager, I need to clarify something because there's been some accusations made. I recuse myself from all votes dealing with KWAC because my wife happens to be serving as president. But there's one floating around there that KWAC gets $40,000 a year. Mr. City Manager, could you comment on that, please?
I'm not aware of a $40,000 a year contract where the city gives that much money to KWAC per year. I'm not aware of that.
Thank you. All right, so item H, is there a motion to Councilmember Shrubnik?
Thanks. I just had a couple of questions and a clarification. Just in general, I think the consent agenda concept, there may be some confusion, so I wanted to just circle back on that. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a question to the city manager, the consent agenda items are for things that we have previously discussed in open meetings and approved in concept, including budget. And then they are brought to us for a formal vote via the consent agenda after we've already approved the direction. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, and I think you could add continuing previous policies and contracts that you had in the past, things like that.
Right. Okay, so that was that. And then just circling back on the what's up, I'm personally really happy that you figured out a way to, accommodate the What's Up program at Rhododendron, which is a much smaller space. while Log Boom is under construction. And, and of course his, for-profit programs need to, according to this, kind of partner with the nonprofit programs and the school-based programs that are operating there. The community-based rowing and the North Shore School District rowing. And I guess, so my other question was, did he express any kind of concerns about the arrangement, the space, the timing, the need for meetings, anything like that? I mean, was he kind of involved in the development of these concepts?
We worked closely with Mr. Holmes, and he recognized that, there had to be some compromises made. He has reviewed the amendment and he's ready to sign it if council approves it.
Nice. Okay. And then I also just want to clarify a little bit, like Mayor Baker, just sort of the background on the boathouse, which isn't exactly this, but there were some, maybe things that needed some clarification that we heard from citizen comments. I don't believe there is any private club except, well, I don't even think Lakeside is private, that's operating in Kenmore. These are, community-based programs that have fees for the classes that are offered. Just like a gym has fees for a class. And the Kenmore rowing program, of course, is a nonprofit. The boathouse, most of that will be used by North Shore. And the background on the funding is very lengthy, but the brief answer is that the funding, I think all but about maybe 10% ultimately will be borne by other funders who had more of an interest in it, the school district, and importantly, King County, providing the $600,000 that was originally designated for ball fields. And if you recall, the council voted between two options, the boathouse and City Hall Park Phase 2. I personally voted for City Hall Park Phase 2 because I thought it met our local needs better. And I know a number of other council members voted in that direction, but King County preferred the boathouse option because they saw it as a regional asset and were less interested in our particular local issues for their county dollars. So that's the funding. And, I'm happy to, outside of the meeting, answer other questions about that. I appreciate people bringing them up.
And just as the rowing program is not private, certainly open to the public, the canoe and kayak program and the dragon boat program is also. As a matter of fact, there is a sustainable source of revenue that fund disadvantaged people, that allow them to attend for free, both the rowing program and the paddling programs. So there is a lot of community support out there by these organizations, and that funding for disadvantaged people is all private money, has nothing to do with the city. So there's some misconceptions out there that really need to be corrected. But anyway, we're looking for a motion to approve item H. Is there a motion?
Point of information.
Pardon?
Just a point of information. I noticed we went from talking about a contract to discussing other issues related to the boathouse.
That's
so
right.
off topic. Since that became part of the topic and the issue of outstanding balances out there in the community did come up, I understand two of our partners have provided their funding balance, and maybe in the future we could get an update on the funding to be fulfilled come to us on the agenda.
And that's in regards to?
The boathouse.
Pardon? The boathouse. Okay.
Thank you.
That is the plan. We plan on bringing that to you in May.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. So the motion in front of us is to approve item H. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Item H stands approved. All right, that takes us through the consent agenda. Next item on the agenda is the business agenda. Climate Action Plan presented by the Environmental Services Manager, Richard Sawyer, Administrative Specialist, Sammy Roan, and guest Angela Pitchman. Well, I massacred that name, I'm sorry. And Alejandro Padres from Cascadia Consulting Group for discussion and action. Who's
Yes,
ever
thank you.
leading this off, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Let me share my screen. This is going to work. There we go. Are you seeing the first slide I have?
We are.
Thank you. So we are here tonight to provide you with the engagement plan for your consideration to adopt this evening as we develop the climate action plan. And so we're going to briefly provide a few slides, discuss that plan, and then open it up to any questions, comments that council has. Tonight with me, I have Sammy Roon, also with the City of Kenmore, and then with Cascadia Consulting Group, I have Angela Peachman and Alejandro Paredes, and they are also available to answer any questions you may have. So the plan that we've provided for you to consider this evening, basically it kind of provides the whole framework for how we propose to engage the community as we develop each phase of the climate action plan. I've listed, several of the key issues that we try and touch on in that plan, but ultimately our goal is to provide ample opportunity for the community, our stakeholders and project partners to engage with council and staff to the maximum extent practicable, and make sure that they feel heard and can provide input so that when we can provide a sound and well-informed final climate action plan for your adoption early next year. On the next slide, I'm going to have Sammy kind of walk through and summarize the schedule that we've proposed in the engagement plan. So if you want to take over, Sammy.
Good. So you'll see we have 3 phases in our engagement plan. And within those phases, there's ample opportunity for city staff engagement as well as community engagement by way of online surveys. We have, we're still working out the details for workshops and roundtables and how we're going to be able to reach our community and give everybody an opportunity to opine on the engagement plan and participate in giving their feedback for the climate action plan. And you'll also notice that we have within each phase, there are 2 opportunities for where we will be presenting to council. And so we'll be checking in and kind of reviewing where we're at within those phases, and we'll be offering up a draft which can be approved at the first juncture. In the case, for example, for phase 1, it'll be within the month of June. And in the case that council decides that you approve the draft, then that eliminates the need to present at the second opportunity in July to check in on the progress of phase 1. And so you'll see in the schedule, it's quite thorough, and we have, we've made the commitment to keep our website updated. We'll try to do our best to make it as engaging as possible. We will have ample opportunities to reach the community with our newsletters, social media, and as we continue to learn from within our different workshops that we attend, learn different ways that we can reach different members within our community as best as we can.
Thanks, Sammy. And we just have another slide or two, and then I'll open it up to any questions, comments that council has. And then, as I mentioned, Angela is here from Cascadia, and she's going to also add a few more comments on a couple of the next action items that will be coming to council at the next meeting. So Angela, if you want to speak to those. Yeah.
Yeah, as Sammy showed on the last slide, we're going to be diving into phase one basically now and into the next month or two. So I just wanted to tee up what that looks like and the purpose of what happens in phase one. So just to kind of put it into context, really what we're doing is focusing on mitigation and adaptation and where those two things cross over. And so as phase one, we're going to be evaluating the city of Kenmore's greenhouse gas emissions and looking at that in comparison with the K4C targets and other targets to see how feasible those targets are and what we need to do to get there. So that's kind of mitigating emissions, addressing the cause, and bringing those emissions down. The flip side of that, as kind of a companion, is the adaptation piece. And so through a vulnerability assessment, we determine what vulnerable social and biological systems are present within the community that will need additional resilience building. And ideally, a lot of these actions will kind of cover both. So reducing emissions while building resiliency to the impacts of climate change. So you can kind of think about it as mitigation is addressing the cause, adaptation is addressing the impacts of climate change, and we're doing them both concurrently to build a stronger suite of actions. And I think I'll just leave it at that. That's kind of what's coming next for everyone's just FYI.
Thanks, Angela. And actually, using this as an example, I can take a step back and just show you how that plays into this schedule. Angela was mentioning, at this phase one and phase two. So those two items that she discussed that staff and Cascadia are working on for the mitigation and the adaptation, the community, it will follow this path. So, before we come back to you with this in June, we will have hosted some community workshops, roundtables, conducted some surveys. So the community, those listening, you will have the opportunity to see this material and weigh in on it prior to council receiving it in June and voting on it in July. So that's just kind of how that works. You can see we progress down to the right here when we eventually reach the end. So with that, we wanted to make sure we leave an opportunity for any questions from council.
Questions? If there are no questions, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the engagement plan component of the climate action plan. Is there a motion?
Mayor, this is Deborah. I did have some questions. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. By all means. I didn't see your hand there.
I know it's super hard in Zoom. I first just want to thank staff and consultants for this really great work. I'm super excited to see like a climate action plan, as opposed to the little outline that was, presented and that I worked up. That's actually going to be a plan, and there's dates and there's engagement and it's like fleshed out. It's really, really exciting. And I really love the emphasis on communicating that what we're going to focus on are things that are actionable and realistic and attainable goals. I think that is crucial. And I really like that you underscored that, because otherwise it can feel overwhelming. On that note, I didn't quite see the emphasis that I thought I might on the piece of community engagement around literally the necessity of their participation, of community participation in order to meet the CAP goals. The city's portion of emissions is minuscule relative to the community impact. And so I'm hoping there's, that was, shown in the emissions report, but I mean, I feel like that, would ideally be part of the engagement process as well. Is that going to be that piece, kind of the relative contribution of community versus kind of city-run operations?
Totally. Yeah. And Alejandro, feel free to jump in here too. But yeah, I mean, the largest sources of emissions are not from the city of Kenmore itself, it's from the entire community. So our actions and strategies are typically built around what will have the most impact. And so impact could mean reducing emissions. It could also mean building resiliency for those communities that are most vulnerable, or those assets that are most vulnerable, or those ecosystems that are most vulnerable. So we really try to prioritize the things that will have an impact. So the majority of your actions you should expect to see focusing more on that community layer. And to your point, one of the biggest things we emphasize throughout community engagement is just that you can't have a successful CAP without community buy-in, because you need them to help you implement your CAP. So you really need their support, and whether that's through outreach and education or actually taking action themselves, you kind of really need that groundswell to be successful. Alejandro, I don't know if you wanted to add anything else to that, but just to kind of clarify where we're coming from.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add is also the understanding that, different community members might have different knowledge base. So that's something to consider too as well. That is important to kind of have that in mind as we're going out to the community. That's a goal as well, to try to help them understand what this is about. Not everyone has those intricacies about even what climate change is, to be able to then kind of commit and participate and get excited to be a part of it.
I had two other small questions. One is just, can you talk a little bit about the alignment of how you see this work relative to the K4C piece? And then my last question is around kind of the groups to outreach. I noticed that some of them are not Kenmore based and necessarily even really serve a lot of Kenmore folks. Maybe they would be interesting kind of at the conceptual level, but Wranglers to Sarah, for example, they're disability groups, definitely, but not necessarily that focused on Kenmore. And one group that seems notably absent was mobile home park residents. We have when you were looking at kind of groups, it called out apartment complexes, but we have a pretty important mobile home park community that represents, there's 6 different parks and lots of residents. So that, I think that would be a key piece to outreach. So yeah, so those are my other questions. So K4C, and then just sort of why groups that are not kind of Kenmore focused.
Yeah, I can start with the first one with K4C. So we kind of see 2 different, high-level pathways there. One is looking at the emissions targets that have already been set by K4C and cities within K4C. Not every city, sometimes they have a more aggressive target that they adopt, or less aggressive. So it would be really doing a comparison of where we think of the Kenmore emissions are going, where the targets are on that map, if you want to call it that, and then coming to an agreement on what Kenmore's target should be. So whether that follows K4C or whether you all choose something different than that. I think the other piece is there are a lot of tools available for K4C cities. The county has done a great job of putting out toolkits and things like that. And so we do a number of CAPs and climate work with lots of other cities in the K4C region and who are part of that. So we really have a large breadth to draw from. And I think that that sets us up well to kind of see, what are your peer cities doing? How are they making it work? Are they doing things that we should leverage? So that's kind of one piece of it. And then I think to touch on your second question, I'll probably turn it over to Alejandro for that one, but I really appreciate you calling out specific groups that we should be targeting, because you all know your community. And so if there are other groups like that that we have not explicitly considered, I'd welcome anyone to chime in, and that way we can make sure it gets captured in the engagement plan, and we're making sure that we're being more inclusive. So I would welcome anyone else who has suggestions for who else to include. We want to definitely make this an inclusive process. So Alejandro, I don't know if you want to speak to any of the other questions that Deborah brought up.
Yeah, no, basically, I just second kind of Angela's point, right? I think this is a list of potential organizations and groups. So it doesn't mean like we would go and potentially engage everyone. So as we kind of get into the outreach in itself, and also learning more through the community and through yourselves and through the city staff as well, then we'll have a better idea of like kind of how to hone in that and which groups to really kind of bring to the forefront. And like Angela said, definitely appreciate you mentioned the mobile home parks and residents. We definitely want to include that as well as an important group to keep in mind.
Thanks. That's great.
Yeah, and I would just also echo that. Yeah, if something is missing, that doesn't mean that they can't be engaged with. We can adapt and make sure that we're being inclusive as this goes on. So if you're not seeing something specific, that doesn't mean we can't add that or still work with those groups.
If I may, to that point, it was the mobile home parks were a part of our discussion, and we opted not to specify the group as their own group. We considered them just community stakeholders, homeowners, renters, because within the different mobile home communities, there are a variety of renters, owners, different living situations, and we didn't want to have to call out specific living situations, so we wanted to be inclusive as it affected the whole community.
All right. Any other questions? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the engagement plan component of the climate action plan. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk please take the roll.
Councilmember File,
Abstain.
Deputy Mayor Herbig,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Mayor Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Yes.
6 yeses and 1 abstention. Motion passes. All right. Next item on the agenda is the tree preservation workshop presented by Senior Planner Samantha Loyak and Development Services Director Brian Hampson. Samantha, very good to see you again.
Good to see you too. Thank you guys for having me tonight. Brian is also here, but I think we will just jump in and get started. So I'm going to share my screen with you guys. So just a moment while I do that. Okay. Okay. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. So thank you guys for having me today. This is an informational presentation on tree regulations in Kenmore. And I just wanted you guys to first know me. So I'm Samantha Loyak. I'm a senior planner at City of Kenmore. I've worked here for 11 years. Prior to that, I worked for another larger city. And I'm a planner. I come from University of Washington with a degree in community environment and planning. And I'm also a certified arborist and tree risk assessor. And so the presentation that I'm going to give you is very thorough because I know you guys are really interested in this and I want to give you a lot of information. So thank you for hanging in there with me. If you do have questions, if you could please write those down and ask them at the very end. I feel like a lot of the information I'm going to go through is going to answer some of those questions. That's my hope. So thank you for hanging in there and let's get started. So in Kenmore, we understand and know that trees are important. And they definitely create a sense of identity, and they're important to not only our citizens, but also the people that pass through Kenmore, animals, stormwater management. There are a lot of things that trees do to benefit the environment that we live in. And so this is actually taken from any reference that you see to KMC, that's from the Kenmore Municipal Code. And so this says it in our code. I like that our code says that there is purpose and value in retention of healthy trees, because that's where I always like to start as I'm talking with developers or property owners when there's discussion about tree removal. So a brief overview of the tree code development. In 1998 at incorporation, we adopted the King County Code. And then from there in 2004, we established our own tree code, and we set a minimum tree density of 20 tree units per net buildable acre. I will explain a little bit. Well, so the tree unit density requirement is saying that each trees are assigned a certain value, so a tree unit. And so that what that means in our code is that if you have a great big Douglas fir, that would have its own tree unit value. Maybe that would be worth 11 tree units, whereas maybe you had a smaller pine that maybe that would be worth like 1 tree unit. There's a table in our code, right? And so you do a calculation based on the property size, and that tells you what your retention requirements are for development. So that was back in 2014. In 2009, that was increased from 20 to 30 tree units per net buildable acre. And in 2015, there were additions to the tree code that added a wind throw evaluation. So if there was removal on a property, it had to consider what impact that would have on neighboring trees within 50 feet or trees that share a root system. So what would that mean if I'm removing a bunch of trees and now the trees surrounding it could be more susceptible to wind? So that was added to the code. And then in 2019, as part of the critical areas ordinance, the tree replacement requirement was increased to a 3-to-1 ratio for trees that are removed in critical areas or buffers. And so typically what that would be is a hazardous tree, because those are actually required to be retained. But if they are removed for some reason, if there's a threat to an occupied target, like a house, in instances, they are removed. And so in 2019, that was increased from a 1-to-1 ratio to a 3-to-1. So what is a significant tree? So this whole time when I'm talking about trees, I'm going to be talking about significant trees as our code defines it. That's not to say others aren't significant. They're just little and they're growing up to become more significant. And so in Kenmore, a significant tree is a healthy tree that's not a hazard. And for evergreen trees, it's a diameter at breast height, or DBH. So at about 4.5 feet, you would measure the diameter, 8 inches for evergreen and 12 for deciduous. Now getting into the regulations. So do I need a permit? This is where I see a lot of the action. So development services will process all the permit applications for a tree removal. So the short answer is yes, you need a permit application so we can review it. Okay. The 2 most common types of tree removal are individual tree removal at a single family residence, and then tree removal for development. So I'm going to go into what those 2 look like, and then we'll go into more of a case study so you can learn more about that. So individual tree removal. So in Kenmore, there are allowances for single family houses. If you have a lot, most lots in Kenmore, or many lots in Kenmore, are less than 10,000 square feet. You can remove 2 trees per year, okay? There's some fine print though. This is for lots that contain a single family, The tree cannot be in a critical area, shoreline buffer, and it cannot be previously designated for protection. So if this were a house that just sold for a new development, they said, oh, I want to take out my 2 trees this year, I want those ones. If there's a tree plan on file, we'd say you can't remove those ones, right? They're protected unless they were deemed hazardous by a certified arborist, in which case they have to provide evidence of that. And I'm an arborist also, so I can kind of figure out, I mean, there was a comment about maybe a potential conflict. There are different types of arborists. There are commercial arborists who do the work, the actual removal, and then there are consulting arborists who generally provide the reports. And so I can look at those and see if they're accurate and visit the site and see if they're legitimate. But a typical single family lot in Kenmore can remove 2 trees per year. And so what would happen, we receive the application, and if you're removing 1 and you meet this criteria, we would say, great, thanks for checking. A permit's not required, but we've noted it in our system so that if you come back 6 months from now, we would know and say, oh, you've already removed 1 this year. Now, the second type of tree removal is related to development. And so this is a larger process that requires a tree management and protection plan, or a tree plan. And so there are so many stages in development that I want to touch on each, because I want to demonstrate that tree retention is reviewed at each stage. So what I've done, this is showing you, this is stepping through an actual short plat application. It's a 2-lot short plat. So this is outlining each step in the process. First is the pre-application meeting. So oftentimes we'll talk about feasibility of the property. Maybe they're under contract for the property. Next is the preliminary short plat. That is the land use application where you see the big white sign posted. Okay. Once a decision is reached for that, you are then vested to that code, and it's valid for 5 years based on our current code. And then you move to an engineering permit where you see the clearing and grade, you see the dirt work, you see the roads going in and the utilities. After that, they record the final short plat map. That's all the legal language on the map. Part of that legal language does address trees that are there for preservation. So we'll go through that. And then you go to building permit. So what does it actually look like? Let's see. This is called Landry 2-lot short plat. So it's a real short plat. I just went through the file and took out things from each stage. So at the pre-application, very early on, we are telling them the city values preservation of existing healthy trees, and indiscriminate removal or destruction conflicts with our values. So we're saying, hey, this is really important as you're considering roads and number of lots and setbacks. You need to keep the trees in mind because it's not an afterthought. It's very important. And I often tell them, Kenmore Council really, really wants to protect good trees in Kenmore, okay? And so healthy trees in Kenmore. And that is our goal, and long-term, right? So I tell them that early on. So if I see one on there, I will say, hey, there is this tree that looks like it should be retained, and you need to work your site plan around that, right? So they went from pre-application to preliminary short plat. They submitted the land use application. This is a partial, I don't know how well you can see that, but that is the tree plan from the project. And so this is when they provided the tree plan, and they also provided an arborist report. So the arborist report is going to tell us the condition of the existing trees, right? It's going to tell us if they are ripe for retention, right? What condition they're in. And so during this stage, we're going to designate which trees are retained. And then that's going to follow it through the entire process. So this is where, before anything even happens, any dirt is moved, this is where it happens. This is where the trees get designated, right? They're showing how they meet the code requirement. And then at the time of engineering permit, their plans come in, their civil plans come in. This is a zoomed in image of their civil. The highlighted trees are the ones they said they would retain, and they're showing that they're retaining them. So they're saying, you know, we're going to do all this site work, and here is the tree retention. And then prior to construction activity, the city inspects the tree protection measures. So we'll go out there as part of the TESC, or erosion control inspection, and we verify the tree protection measures are in place. If they're not, then they can't move forward because they would not have passed that inspection. The next step is the recorded plat map. So once the roads and utilities and everything are in, we get the recorded plat map, and this is a condition taken from an actual recorded plat map for this project. And it's saying that tree removal that conflicts with the tree management plan on file with the city is prohibited unless otherwise approved by the city. It says unless otherwise approved by the city because we recognize trees are dynamic living things, and sometimes they die, right, or become hazardous. So in those instances, we may issue a permit for removal and replacement. Okay, so this is the building permit when they came in for the house, and they showed again, we're going to protect the trees. So here's the tree protection. It's highlighted in yellow, but it's saying that their architect basically was given the plans and saying, hey, these are the areas that are no-go, right? We can't encroach upon these areas. So this project was completed with code. It was completed with meeting the tree code, right? So they successfully retained. Yay, that's a great example. And we're kind of stepping through it. But I get it. The question remains. If the city has an effective tree code, why do I see so much tree removal? That, I get it. So let's go through it. There's vesting to consider, yearly allowances, and new development. And we're going to step through those and take a deeper dive and look at some case studies. So the first one is vesting. Okay, here's a case study. This is West Creek Village. It's at 193rd and 80th. If everyone knows where probably East Creek Village is because you can see it so prominently, this is West Creek. This is on the other side of the road, and it's kind of tucked back behind the road. So this project, actually, it came in 2005. It was determined complete in 2005. The hearing examiner published a decision in 2007. Shortly thereafter, we experienced a recession, and the time frame for short plats and long plats were extended, right? So that with the economic hardship, that developers could finish projects that they had already started. Okay, so in 2011, the engineering permit was issued, and they started the work. They had a tree plan on file that was approved that met the code, but remember, it met the code in 2005. So just keep that in mind. And then in 2012, 2013, building permits are issued and the houses start to be constructed. So what does this mean? This means that there's a difference between perception and reality, right? So these new houses, do new houses equal the current tree code? No, not always, not in all cases, right? So East Creek was vested to the 2004 tree code, right? So it's at 20 tree units per net buildable acre, not even the most recent, not even that update that came after that, the 30 tree units, right? This is still under the old code, even though the houses look pretty new. That's true, but they all can't be vested. So true. Okay, why do I see so much tree removal? That's true, they're not all vested. There must be something else. So let's talk about it. The next thing is the yearly allowances for single family residential lots, okay? In 2020, so last year, not related to development, there were 182 trees removed in Kenmore. Okay, And that is because of the yearly allowances that we talked about, right? So we talked about the fine print. Of those, 150 trees were replaced. This is all based on, this is on our current code. It is important to note, because these permits are valid for 2 years, you might not see the replacement for almost 2 years. So if your neighbor removed a tree and we required a replacement tree, they have the entire time that the permit is open to replace that tree, right? Because the permit's still open and valid. They can remove it, and then a year later, they can replace it. So just keep that in mind. And so the question remains, okay, why do I see so much tree removal when I'm driving around? New development. I knew it. I knew it. New development. So let's dive into that and see what that looks like. Okay, we get phone calls and we say, I drove by and all the trees were gone. Okay, so the first thing I do when I get that phone call is I pull up the tree plan, right? And I see what happened. And earlier I gave you an example of a 2-lot short plat that was very straightforward. I want to give you an example of one that maybe didn't work out so great, right? Maybe we'd hope that it would look different at the very end. And so let's go into that. Let's look at, many of you may be familiar with the Glass House short plat. It's on 75th and 192nd. This is one that's many people have said, I drove by and all the trees were gone, okay? This lot was vacant for many years. You probably haven't seen it. You probably never saw it, but there was an abandoned building, an old building inside, deep within, past all of the blackberry bushes. I went through, I've been to the site a few times, but I have gone through and actually walked all within the site. And it was a little scary in there because it was, you could tell somebody had lived there at some point. So, but from the road, it just looked like a vacant lot, okay? So let's look at this one. There are 50 existing trees on the site. So there's 50 significant trees on the site. 8 were healthy enough to be considered viable for retention. And why is that? So part of that is because it was overgrown for so many years. So blackberry bushes, ivy have taken over all of these trees. So invasive weeds, right, have just totally overgrown the property. Also, looking at what type of trees were there. Cottonwoods, mostly cottonwoods and alders, okay? Keep that in mind. 0 trees were retained, right? Remember I told you we're gonna use an example that maybe like isn't, you know, our best example to use. No, I wanna use those examples. I want you guys to see them because that's what I get calls on, okay? And this was a 9-lot short plat. Okay, so let's get into it. Let's see what happened. Look at, this is before, okay? Look at that, beautiful. This is after. What? And we get the call. How could you let this happen? Let's talk about how that happens. Okay, so a tree management plan was prepared. And their minimum they had to meet was the 30 tree units per net buildable acre. Based on the buildable area, which was 0.82, they would have to retain 24.6 tree units, not trees, tree units, right? How many, and existing trees are worth a ton of credits. And we tell them you have to consider existing trees first, right? That's why they're worth a ton of credits. So you can meet your minimum more easily. Okay, 50 trees were on site, 8 were viable for retention. So the arborist said, yep, out of all 8, or out of all 50, excuse me, 8 are viable and could be retained. 0 were retained. So to achieve the minimum tree density, the applicant provided 30 replacement trees, which totaled 25 tree units, okay? These replacement trees were native and greater than 10 feet in height. Uh-oh. What about those 8 trees? Yes, good question. I was just thinking that. Yeah, let's look at those. Let's see what happened with those 8 trees. This site plan is showing you the 8 trees that are on here. Okay. And so what is happening? What happens during review? When I get this project that comes across my desk, this is what I look at. Okay. And I'm looking at the property features, characteristics. I visit the site, I review the reports so I can learn more about it. And then I see what the arborist said also. Like I said, visit the site and I consider the viable trees. I tell the developer, you need to retain these viable trees. I see that these can be retained. Why not? Why are you not keeping them? Okay. So especially if you look, you say, well, actually, well, let's go through them. So these trees up here, retention of these is not possible with the construction of this road. Okay. It's right where the road and sidewalk would be. That construction is not feasible for these. Same for over here. You have a sidewalk running along. There are tons of frontage improvements along this project. Okay. These trees are where the new road and sidewalk are. And this is in a drainage facility that it was removed for grading related to installation of the drainage facility. And that would leave 1 tree over here. And so we said, well, great, retain that tree. You've got to do something or redesign it, right? Redesign it. We don't, put the road somewhere else, right? And so now we're kind of competing with other reviews. So I'm competing now with road standards. I'm competing with utility installation, sidewalks, things that we know are important and are built in our code that people want. I'm saying redesign it. And they're saying, we can't for these other reasons. If we're redesigning it, we're then not meeting the code in another area, right? So we ask them again to consider alternatives. And so we do a little back and forth dance with the applicant and arborist. So the arborist went back because we said, no, you've got to make it work. I want you to figure it out, make it work. Okay. So the arborist basically went back and said, I've looked at the 8 trees that are viable for retention. And when I was there, a huge limb broke off from one of the cottonwoods. And it crashed to the ground within 20 feet where neighbors were standing, right? Even when she was there. And so the arborist looked at it and said, based on where these are, long-term survival is unlikely, even if you take special precautions like the pneumatic air spade. So even if you very carefully excavate with an air spade around the roots, right? Even all these fancy techniques, they're saying, no, they're not going to survive. And I had visited the property and I also reviewed what the arborist said, and it is legitimate. As I mentioned, there are other things that are competing needs, right, for these trees. Okay, we have zoning standards, lot size, shape, density, building setbacks, roads, walkways for schools, drainage, utilities, other things that I'm competing with in order to try to retain as many trees as possible while still meeting the standards in the tree code and other code requirements. Okay. So after all of this, we make a decision. So this is the land use decision. Oh, you know what? I want to talk about this tree on lot 8. How come we couldn't retain that? That looks like we should retain it. So that tree, the arborist did say, no, after I visited the site, you can't retain them, right? Also leaving that one tree, that tree would be super susceptible to wind throw. That tree has been surrounded for its life and it would not survive like that. And the arborist said that too, but I just wanted to call special attention to that because we do look at that and we do want, them to retain. So we make a decision, right? This is the land use decision. It's a lengthy report that says what their requirements are, and it demonstrates how they meet the code in all areas, including tree management. And this decision follows the project for years. And so this project, these are post-development conditions. This is the site plan. You'll see the road in here. Okay, this is the drainage facility. These are all street trees. Street trees do not count towards their minimum. Street trees are required through the road standards code, and they don't get credit for them. Okay, all the ones that receive credit are the ones on the lots here. Okay, even ones in the drainage tract, they're not getting credit for that. Those are landscaping requirements, right? So you're getting a sense of kind of the overlapping requirements. Our code touches a lot on trees in different areas of the code. So post-development, there were 30 new trees, 23 new street trees, and landscaping for the stormwater facility. And when you drive by, you probably don't see all these because they're very small and they're young trees, right? And they're in the rear yards, and there's fences all along here. Anyway, but they're there. They've been in, we inspect them. So they're there. So this is an example of what happened that is not ideal, but this meets the code, okay? This project, there are so many overlapping tree regulations, tree protections that are built within the code, not just 1857, okay? We have 1857, we have 15, we have critical areas, shorelines, landscaping, street standards. So for this project, tree protection and preservation was covered in these 3 different code sections, right? There were no critical areas on the site, so that didn't apply. So that was a lot of information. I'm going to take a little drink. That was a lot of information. We talked about code changes from incorporation until now, yearly limits, development, vesting, and the whole review process. But there's more. Yeah, stay with me. We're getting there. Okay, there's more. There's other important tree work that's going on in Kenmore, right? So in 2019, we partnered with King Conservation District and did an urban tree canopy assessment. So there was a report, I presented it to council with KCD, and it talked about our tree canopy, right? And then in 2020, there was a memo that went out that also looked at potential ways to increase tree canopy in Kenmore. So trees are always on the forefront in Kenmore. They're very important. How do we compare? Okay, so let's look at our neighbors. Let's see, are we way out there? Am I driving around Kenmore and it's just like way different than everywhere else? Well, let's look. Let's see what other places do. I looked at Bothell, Kirkland, and Lake Forest Park, okay? In Bothell, one thing that you'll see on each of these, look at the definition for significant tree is a little different, right? So we all look at trees different. Which ones are protected by the code, right? In Kenmore, it's 8-inch for evergreen and 12-inch for deciduous. In Bothell, it's 8-inch no matter what, except alders and cottonwoods, which are often considered a nuisance species, right? So those ones don't count. Okay, in Kirkland, it's 6 inches or greater. And then in Lake Forest Park, it's the same. It's 6 inches or greater. Okay, so the yearly tree removal in Bothell is that tree requirements don't apply to single family dwellings that are on lots greater than 20,000 square feet. And in developments, they have to retain 20% of the DBHs. So they add those up. Tell me what 20% is, and you retain that many. Kirkland also uses 30 tree units per net buildable acre. They were looking at revising the tree code, but according to the website, that was put on hold. They do have an overlay district. Holmes Point has special protections in place for trees. And they have a cool program that's a tree rebate program that they offer so that they can provide rebates to residents who want to plant trees on their private property. Lake Forest Park has an exceptional tree code. So exceptional trees are just not allowed for removal. And exceptional trees are based on, there's a list and it will tell you the species and the size. And it will say, if you have a species, you know, of Douglas fir and it's, you know, this size or greater, I don't know what it is, maybe 32 inches or greater DBH, that's exceptional. No, you can't touch it, right? And then they also have landmark trees, which require just a different type of permit and more replacement. I talked to somebody in Lake Forest Park and they said that they don't do the heritage tree program anymore. I talked to their arborist who's been there for 3 years and she said they haven't done it the time that she's been there. So let's see. So, and they base their retention on, it's a canopy coverage. So in different areas of the city, they would say, well, you know, in, oops, sorry about that. Let me go back just a second. Okay, so they would say in a certain areas of the city, we want there to be so much tree retention. We want 50% canopy coverage, right? Whereas maybe in the business district, we want 20% canopy coverage. So there are different ways of doing it. Our current code is probably most similar, I would say, to Kirkland. So what does it mean? Where are we in terms of tree canopy? This was taken from our tree canopy assessment that was done in 2019. Okay, so Kenmore's at 41%. The cities that I compared to in the previous slide are not shown on here, but I can tell you what those are. So for Kenmore, we know that we're at 41. Kirkland is at 38%, and that was in 2017. Bothel's at 45% in 2015. And Lake Forest Park was at 50% in 2016. Okay, so we're in line or close nearby surrounding cities. So how can we how can we retain more or do better? So we talked as a department, Brian Hampson and I and others talked and said, well, how can we do better? And we came up with a list of things that we thought could be done this docket year. Other items we'll talk about, but are larger projects that would require a lot more staff time. So this year, this docket year, potentially what could we do? We could change the definition of significant tree. We could change that. We can make it smaller so more trees are protected. That would be a pretty easy change. Okay, we could revise the tree retention requirements so that certain trees don't receive credit for retention. So this is, in our current code, a cottonwood is the same as a pine, right? We're not differentiating between species and saying which ones we prefer, right? We do want a variety of species, but should a cottonwood receive the same amount of credit when long-term retention is probably not realistic as maybe it would be for a different species? So we could do that. As a code cleanup item, we could codify the tree removal application process. This is how we keep track of them. That would be a good item to have as a code cleanup, and also the penalty for removal. So that's a code compliance item that has needed cleanup for some time. So these are some things that we could do that would increase or preserve additional healthy trees in Kenmore. And yeah, we could have the tree removal permit valid for a shorter period of time, so we get those trees into the ground faster. The 2 years thing, I'm just like, whoa, we want them sooner than that, because what happens if the property sells or something happens and, you know, we're kind of just left chasing after them with this permit. Here, other additional ways that we can increase tree density or tree canopy in Kenmore. We could for sure increase the tree density requirement. So instead of 30 tree units, it could be increased to something else. We could decrease the yearly allowances for single family. We could always require replacement. We could establish floor area ratios to limit the size of a single family. So that would leave more area on the property for trees. And we could create a tree fund for instances where replacement is infeasible. So like a fee in lieu of program, and we could use those funds for doing a rebate program or even maintenance on trees that are planted. An example of that is some time ago, I don't know exactly, this is the Boy Scouts did a project and they planted a bunch of trees, which is awesome. But those have to be maintained, right? So they need water or mulch, things like that. And so that there's a cost to that, right? So the tree fund would be in instances where you just couldn't fit them. Like I reviewed a tree application permit today, and it requires 21 replacement trees, right? Because there's 7 hazardous trees on the property, right? And it's like 21 new trees that we want to be there a long time. That could be a challenge. So just final thoughts. Thanks for sticking with me through all of these recommendations. But I just want to say that trees are dynamic living things, right? So they're important to our ecosystem and our plants and our animals. And I just thank you for taking the time to thoughtfully consider these amazing giants. And oftentimes we think of trees as such an environmental asset, you know, for fish and wildlife, and they are, but they're also a really, really important part of our human habitat. So I'll leave you with this quote from Jane Goodall, and then that's all I had. Thank you. I'll open it up for questions. Mayor, do you call on people?
You're muted.
Any questions? Any questions, Deputy Mayor?
Samantha, you mentioned earlier in there about how existing trees can count for quite a bit when a developer's doing new development. Do we give additional weight to existing trees more than just, okay, so how does that work?
So there's a table in 1857 that says, so there's a whole conversion table. So it would say I have a tree that's maybe a 24 dBH tree, and then that would be worth however many tree units. Whereas if I want to do one replacement tree, that's probably worth like 0.5 or 1 unit. Whereas one healthy existing tree is probably going to be worth like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tree units.
Okay. And then just, I appreciate all this too. This is a nice review. I actually learned some more from the last time you did this a few years ago. Just a comment, I actually would be interested in looking at maybe an exceptional tree code like LFP has, and maybe not counting nuisance species towards the count, because that's where, I don't know, maybe I just put a lot of weight onto the big trees that are going to stick around for a while. But I think those should count for a little bit more. And I think more weight should be put into the thought of cutting down a larger tree, even if it's allowable currently, than we currently make folks do. And I know it's a touchy issue when we're coming into, affect what people can do in their backyards. But I think for some of those larger trees, they affect a lot more than just the yard they're in. And it might be worth taking a closer look at protecting some of those larger, healthy, exceptional trees. Thank you so much.
Yes, Councilmember O'Kane.
Well, first, Ms. Loyuk, I am really impressed with this presentation. And as long as it was, I was engaged throughout the entire time. I mean, it was exceptional. I genuinely want to thank you for going in detail on the Glass House project, because I know so many of our community members, and you may have shared it in the past, I don't know, but so many people were curious, what happened there? What happened to all those trees? We love the trees. One of the things that stood out to me in this presentation is the passion that our city does have for trees. And hiring a person like you in this role I am so thankful you're here. So you really have done an exceptional job. I have a few ideas or things that I wanted to share. Just actually a couple. One, I think all of your recommendations are things that I can support. And I would go as far as to include the additional ways to support our tree canopy here in Kenmore. So I think as much as we can do as soon as we can. We are in a situation where baby steps are, especially when it comes to regulating tree protection, aren't enough. So I support more. No matter, I will work with support the council where we go with this, but more is better. So I thank you for that. And then I have one more piece. And I know a few weeks ago, I reached out to our city manager about the tree rebate program. And since it is funded by the wholly 100% or in part by the EPA, I think it would be a really great way for us to foster community engagement towards tree replacement and tree planting in Kenmore. You know, I understand it may take staff time, but from my perspective, it's a great program. And I would love for Kenmore to be able to do something like that, especially since it's not all out of our pocket. So anyway, just thank you. This was great. It helped me. I feel boned up. I feel like I understand what's happening in Kenmore. I think our community members that are still watching probably do too. So thank you.
City Manager.
Go ahead and let Councilmember Kugler go.
And I've got Councilmember Shrubnik also. Councilmember Kugler and Marshall.
Thank you.
And File.
Samantha, thank you so much for this presentation. I also learned a lot and really appreciated all of the background information that you provided tonight. I have a couple questions and also wanted to voice my support for the recommendations that you made for the docket for this year and next. I really like the idea of some incentive and active collaboration or partnerships to help preserve our canopy. And I'm wondering how difficult it is to measure the canopy annually, because it's really helpful to see our percentage compared to our neighboring cities. And I wonder if it could help residents to know how we're doing collectively as a city. You know, individually, it seems like if I remove my 2 trees every year, it's not a big deal. But, you know, if they know that it's like 45% and going down to 41%, you know, and over 55% of our land in Kenmore are single family homes. So I feel like if residents aren't brought in to be part of that solution, we could miss a real big opportunity to improve that. So how difficult is it to measure the canopy regularly or frequently?
So the company that worked with KCD in the city to measure our tree canopy recommended that we repeat this every 5 years. I don't know what it would take to do it more often than that. I feel like a lot of it depends on the aerial image, the information that we can get and that are available to them, which a lot of that is through King County. But I can look into that.
Thank you. I have one additional question, and that is when residents are required or developers are required to plant replacement trees, is there any follow-up or is there any way to know whether they survive?
No, there's only an installation inspection that closes out the permit. For well, that's for single family. For development, there's a 3-year bond that's attached to them. And so we go from installation and then 3 years later, there's an inspection. And then it's at that point that the bond can be released.
Yeah, and I'm having some internet problems, so hopefully I'll be able to stay on here. I just concur with everything that Councilmember O'Kane and Kugler said, and really appreciate Samantha, your presentation, all the recommendations. I am totally in support. Thank you. You're wonderful. And one thought, I don't know how hard it would be to actually, rather than just saying it's a value that we have, to retain versus replace, to actually make that a requirement unless infeasible. So in other words, the default would be to retain. And did I freeze? Looks like I froze. Okay, thanks.
No, you're still fine. We can hear
Oh.
you fine.
Oh, okay, great. Everybody else is frozen. Well, that was all I had. So yeah, thanks.
All right, council member File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. So I really appreciate all your hard work on this, Mrs. Look, and I am delighted you went into such detail. This is really a lot of what concerns I was hearing at the doors more than a year ago. Well, almost 2 years ago now. But frankly, I can support many of your recommendations you brought forward tonight. I really do prefer the idea of reducing the significant tree size dimension to 6 inches. And I've been a longtime supporter of the tree rebate programs in the past. This is something I remember talking early on with our city management about. And frankly, I would be delighted to see our city embrace this and bring this forward together. This seems like a valuable option to improve and enhance our community while retaining our future trees for tomorrow's children and families. I do know that Lake Forest Park stopped utilizing their heritage program for the replacement landmark tree ordinance that they have. It's a more significant major permit for removal. And I do much prefer that difference between tree type, excluding the cottonwoods and the elder. I think that's really important. We don't want to have continued invasive species. We want to have natural species that are natural to our environment. But I do want to make sure that our residents are also protected. There should be some sort of exemptions for when there is root damage to pipes for tree removal. And there should be some sort of understanding and acknowledgement to the needs of those of our community who are socially, economically disadvantaged and living below, 40, 50% of the mean, especially those below the 30% of the mean. Who may not have the ability to remove or replace trees so easily. But I think bridging the divide, the tree rebate program could be very helpful here. And I do much prefer working together with community stakeholders and partners to help us enhance our community outreach and education efforts to the work we are doing. So thank you so very much. I don't know, Mayor Baker, are we allowed to take action in a study session or no?
No, this is basically information.
Right. So thank you.
Any other Councilmember Marshall?
Thanks for a great presentation. What teeth do we have in our program? Do we levy fines for violations for people cutting down trees when they shouldn't, when they have? You mentioned the developments having a bond for monitoring. Are there no monitoring programs for the single families? And how can we incorporate then the actual teeth and enforcement provisions, fines, fees, denial of permits, other code enforcement with daily fines. How can we incorporate those then into the planning that we're looking at? And also, tell me just a little bit about LFP. They require a notice to go up when a tree is cut down, or what's the instance on that? Is that to be posted on the tree, et cetera? Thanks.
So before I forget, so LFP does require an 8.5 by 11 yellow notice that's viewable from the right of way. So if it can be near the tree, that's preferred, so people know what's happening. There's no recourse necessarily. So if someone called and said, I don't like this, it's just to let people know what's happening. So yes, there is public notice for that. We do have tree fines in our code, and that's been a code cleanup item for a few years because our code, some of the language needs to be cleaned up. And currently what it says is that if you remove a tree in violation of 1857, that the cost, the fee for that is $2,000 per DBH. Okay. So that's a, 10-inch DBH trees, $20,000. So that's a really, really big amount. We have charged those in the past to developers. We've had them challenged and then reduced by the hearing examiner. But there were still significant fines. I mean, the ones that I can remember, they were a while back, but they had paid upwards of $20,000 in tree fines. So we do have that, but it's an item that needs to be updated in our code just for language.
And briefly on enforcement or monitoring besides the bond and with single family.
There is no bond for single families. Single family is just a permit. And so if a permit's required, we issue the permit and then we do an inspection, but no bonds or other type of monitoring.
Councilmember Brokeen, do I see your hand up? Okay.
Thank you. I did want to say, I did really like the yellow tags or the yellow signage for tree removal in Lake Forest Park. I think it helps our community to have a sense of what's happening. I have a question too, and I think you may have actually really thoroughly answered it in our presentation, but this is me. I'm just going to put myself in the shoes of someone in our community. What is it that a council can do to prevent something like the Glass House project from happening, or any of the tree canopy areas, vacant land that's got a lot of trees from being developed, right? Because they do provide something. I know even if the trees are maybe not in the best shape, is there something that we could do that's stronger than that? Or is it, we set our, I mean, it's this thing that I think part of why I ran was I want to save that stuff. I want to save that. I don't want it developed. We've got to save our watershed. We've got to take care of our trees. Our environment's number one. I mean, let's get the blackberries out. Let's get the, ivy out. Let's get things going, with green jobs in that way, right? I mean, I'm digressing, but that is why I ran. And I genuinely hope that we get to a place where fewer developers want to cut down those trees in our city. And I'm not sure what we can do to prevent it when it's private land, but I think our regulations, our tree ordinance is probably one of the best ways to slow it down. I may have answered it myself, but can you kind of just?
Yeah. So remember, Glass House is a bad example, right? So which makes it a good example, right? But it's not, it's atypical. A lot of the times people may drive past a development that's not Glass House and say they cleared all the trees, when in fact we haven't, or they haven't. A lot of them, what we're trying to save are the ones that are perimeter trees. And because a lot of the time the improvements that need to happen within the core of the site There's so much grading that happens, is that it makes it so those trees aren't retained. Even, I mean, it's a lot of moving around. So there are a lot of instances where they look like maybe you would think they're on the neighbor's property, but they're not. And remember, critical areas, they're always retained. Buffers, they're always retained. Buffers also have restoration work that's sometimes mandatory that happens. But what would happen on a project like Glass House is that they did comply with the code. It's not ideal, you know, it's maybe didn't turn out how I wanted, but I'm not the developer, and they followed our code. So what we could do in terms of to make that different, I mean, I don't know what changes could be made to the tree code in instances like that, where there hasn't been any maintenance work on these trees for years and years and years. I did talk to the neighbor of that property, very lovely gentleman who has lived there many, many years, like over 30 years. And he told me, you know, during winter storms, this is what happens. And these trees break off and go into my yard. And he had a lot of concern, but he gave me a lot of good history on that property. So I don't know. That's a really hard question. I push and push and push for retention of healthy trees. There can be changes to the code that can help that, but in some instances, on complex properties, I can see how this could happen. Certainly we don't want it to, but we want to be transparent that, you know, it did happen.
I really appreciate that. All right, City Manager.
Yeah, sorry, I'd like to add to that answer that Samantha gave. I think some of the recommendations that you saw on our last couple of slides there, could you go back one slide, Samantha?
Yeah.
Some of the recommendations could address that.
Hold on a second.
So, yeah, one of them is the tree density requirement. Go back to go to the next slide after that. Yeah, like the increasing the tree density requirement could definitely help with that. But here's the thing, though. There's what Samantha said is there's a balance that we have to achieve with other city codes and regulations. One of them is going to be housing, and there's going to be more pressure to do more housing in Kenmore, higher density housing. One thing that may come out of the Missing Middle project is smaller lot sizes. Smaller lot sizes may mean less trees, but it will also mean more affordable housing. And so where do you find that balance? Another one is all the sidewalks and road widths that we require. Samantha, can you go to that aerial of Glass House where it shows the sidewalks and the houses and stuff? So a few years ago, you all amended your sidewalk code to require that a cul-de-sac have a sidewalk all the way around the cul-de-sac. And so, but for a 9-unit subdivision, do you really need that much sidewalk for the very, very low volume of cars that are going to be on that sidewalk, or I mean on that street? Do you really need that much sidewalk? And especially if it's at the expense of some healthy trees that need to be cut down to make room for the sidewalk. So another thing that's going to be coming down the pike this year is our road standards that John Vicente is working on, and so that, you know, it relates to tree retention a little bit. Could you save some trees by not requiring a sidewalk that wraps all the way around a 9-unit subdivision? And where's the if there's a tie, if there's a tree that needs to be retained and a sidewalk that needs to be built, the tie goes to the runner. So who's the runner in this case? Is it the tree or is it the sidewalk? So there's just a balance with all those different competing regulations. There's utilities that she mentioned and things like that. So
thank you so much for that.
Other questions?
Councilmember File has a question.
Yeah. Your hand is still up. You have another question?
Yes, thank you. I really do appreciate all the hard work that was done on this presentation and pulling this together. This was a high demand item from our council retreat. We pushed hard for, and I'm not ready to just kind of let it fall to the side. What I would like to see is a good solid consensus so that we can make a solid motion to bring this back for action at an upcoming council meeting. I believe we have a good, strong feeling from our council on what we would appreciate together with our community. And I believe that we are ready for that. So if I have the support of my fellow colleagues, I would like to make a motion that we bring back these recommendations to an upcoming council meeting or future council meeting to take action upon. And I appreciate your support.
Okay, you want this brought back, but I'm not clear what you want done when it's brought back. I know that we're discussing the tree ordinance, but what do you want to see done?
So when we're looking at what was presented today, we were presented options and opportunities, right? Not so difficult to understand. I don't think my motion was to adopt the recommendations made before us and presented before us with the recommendations by the council as made. If there's a solid consensus, I believe we have what it needs to bring forth, to bring this back at a future meeting to take action on at an upcoming council meeting.
City Clerk,
Yes.
is that clear to you?
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing is that Councilmember File would like to see this item brought up again so that the council can discuss some action items pertaining to what was
I guess because
suggested.
I think what Ms. Luyuk has talked about here is already in code. And it looks like we want to change something. And so I'm guessing, I'm trying to figure out what that is we want to change. I'm certainly in favor of it. I'm in favor of bringing this back and have been for a long time. I just want to know what it is we're going to be looking at adopting or changing.
Can I offer a suggestion that?
Yes, please.
So go to this year's docket items, Samantha. It was like your third to the last slide. Yeah, that's the one. So these are the ones that we think we can get done this year. Council member File, is that what you were thinking of?
Those are already in the docket queue, and I believe that we're already in consensus that we appreciate these recommendations. I believe there are also other recommendations discussed by council members tonight that we seem to be mostly in support of, which is changing the significant tree diameter to 6 inches, looking at the tree rebate program, and making a differentiation between types of trees, the types of trees we want to avoid, planting and replanting in our community, which are not indigenous trees, and our invasive species like cottonwoods and alders, and landmark trees. It'd be nice to see a change in that major permit application. We don't have that. I think that's important. That would help preserve some of our greater trees. I did make a recommendation to consider socioeconomic needs of our community. I don't know that we really make an exception or create an arm to support our community who's living below 50% of the mean, who might need some accommodation. whether there's a fee or a removal or permitting. I think that's really important, but I think these code updates are equally important. And I'd really greatly appreciate my fellow colleagues' support.
Can I add some clarification?
Yes, please.
So the items that you see on the screen right now are not on the docket right now. We were not planning on doing those except for the very last bullet. So my staff very graciously and with a team effort type attitude agreed to add these ones on the docket this year, despite their already heavy workload. But they thought they could address these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullets pretty quickly this year. The items on the next slide are not ones that we can do this year unless you want to do a major revision to the staff's workload. And so that would be like you'd have to almost convene a new retreat again to tell us what you would want to come off our workload and in order to make room for what you see in front of you now. My recommendation is these future docket items that you talk about them at your January retreat and see how you want to squeeze them into staff workload next year.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I was about to say what Rob said. I think what came out of the retreat, and I believe what the agreement was, is that we would get an update on where we were with our tree ordinances. Not necessarily that we would be taking action this year. Just from past experience, I know that doing something like this would be a lot like probably doing the ADU thing all over again. It would be multiple meetings. It'd be a lot of going through, individual, individual amendments and things. And this would be a major work item, not just for staff, but frankly, also it would eat up a lot of agenda time for council. And, we've all seen the forecast that Rob sends out for our agendas. They're already fairly stacked. I think it's great, and I support staff working on these additional items that they've said they can work on this year. But I think for anything more substantial than that, we really do need to have a much deeper discussion around what direction we want to go, and we're gonna have to set aside the time for it. I don't think we have the time right now to add that to the council docket immediately.
I'm also quite concerned about this tree unit stuff. I know they'll cut down a 6-inch tree and replace it with a 1/2-inch tree. So that is something next year at our retreat I want to discuss and get into, because it's very confusing. You cut down this and you replace it with this, and it's all tree units and has got nothing to do with size, and it's very, very difficult to understand. And just this past week, we had a very, very significant tree on 165th by Simons Road that was cut down with no permit. And evidently, from things I'm hearing, the owner of the house had a gun out at the porch because there's a number of neighbors that were complaining about the tree coming down. And that was a really significant tree, and very, very sorry to see that one go, especially with no permit. So that's something I want to talk about. But right now, we have a motion from Councilmember File to have staff come back with this. And is there a second on that motion?
No, that's not a second. I'm sorry. I had a comment that I did want to make.
Sure, go ahead.
Just related to this, because I want to thank Councilmember File's sense of urgency on this. I recognize it, and I would love to get it all done and have something to move on today. But I also want to thank staff for their passion and expanding their capacity to add these 5 items to the docket for this year, because it's incredibly important and it's a step in the right direction. I genuinely hope that in our next retreat that we get in detail on this and where we want to go. I think we might be moving ahead on the calendar for a tree ordinance by doing that at our next retreat, but it is incredibly important and I hope to expand it as much as possible. And I definitely, when we do talk about, want to be exploring the tree rebate program because I think it's a great thing for our community. But I think, thank you, both, but I agree that we should wait on further detail on this.
Councilmember Marshall?
Yeah, regretfully, I would want to follow Councilmember File in her sense of urgency and add as many items to it as possible this year. But I'm understanding, and I think I need to defer to the city manager and the staff if they have the real sense of the limits that they have with their workload. If there's anything they think they could augment with this in their discretion, I think that would be fabulous. But not to the extent that I would make a motion for it. But I really do share that sense of urgency. Councilmember File has brought us up, and I thank her for it.
Okay, so we got a motion. We don't have a second yet. Councilmember File?
I was just going to add, it looks like the simple bullet point list for recommending work during the docket year is completely understandable and doable and much appreciated by the staff that they have agreed already that they could handle these items. I believe Ms. Liliak also did say that it'd be pretty simple to add a significant trees reduction in diameter and from 8 inches to 6 inches. And the tree rebate program, that is really about our partners and connecting to already federally allowable funds. We just need to adopt the program. Not difficult, not hard to do, something we could do with this work. I think that's a simple ask. But, you know, I'm not one for complacency. And I stand behind my commitment to trying to preserve our tree canopy in our work. We can talk a lot tonight and we can consider many options and we can say, oh, let's bring back other items in the future and, you know, without a year to it. That's happened for many years prior to each and every one of our council positions serving now. So I believe there is a sense of urgency. We can choose to lean into something that's difficult and hard or not. At this, I really believe we need to lean into what's hard and difficult right now, and that's preserving our tree canopy.
All right, we're still waiting for a second. If there is no second, the motion will die for a lack of second.
Councilmember Kugler has her hand raised.
I'm calling on her right now. Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you. Can I make an amendment to the motion based? Pardon?
It hasn't been seconded, so there's nothing to amend.
Okay, then I second it.
Okay, fine. Now you can amend it.
Okay, great. Can I amend it to basically be that staff bring back items that we could move forward with and approve for this year's docket that they feel is reasonable to implement for this year's docket?
All right, so the amendment then is to have staff bring back recommendations that they could work into this year's docket.
Yes.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All right, on the amendment only, clerk, please take the roll.
One moment, let me stop this share screen option.
Are we not doing discussion, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I thought we already had done it. Of course, we're going to do discussion.
Can I
Yeah.
just say something?
Yeah,
Okay.
you may.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what, I think staff has already kind of shown on the docket what they think they can do. So I'm not sure what the purpose is of the amendment. You know, I think staff has already shown what they have the capacity for. So.
Councilmember Kugler.
the clarification is because we had subsequent conversations and made additional suggestions that were not on the original bullet point list. I thought staff might want to go back, consider all of that, and come back with a final list of recommendations.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yeah, I just agree with Councilmember Kugler.
Councilmember O'Kane,
I concur. Thank you.
all right. So the motion is to have staff come back with what they can work into the agenda, to the docket this year.
Oh,
I think we're voting on the amendment first.
Yeah, on the amendment only. And that's what the amendment was, to have staff come back with what could be worked into the docket this year. All right, will the clerk take the roll?
oh,
Oh, we got one more. Councilmember O'Kane.
just a minor one. How do I say this? With the how do I say this? I feel comfortable moving forward with what's already there, but I don't think we want to limit staff from being able to do what they've already expanded on the docket. But I with the amendment, recognizing what we've seen today, let's do that. But I don't know if that's a confusing thing to state.
Mr. City Manager.
I think
Oh,
Brian.
no, excuse me. Yes, Mr. Hampson, we haven't heard from you.
No, it was such a great presentation. I didn't have to get involved. But if we came back to you at a later date of things that we could get done on this docket, it would be the same list as this first page. Anything on the second list, we wouldn't be able to do this year, unless, like Rob said, we went through our complete workloads. And it's going to take workloads from other departments too on that second page.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for your comment. And I am so glad and thankful our council voted to approve additional positions to the Kenmore staff. And so I am sure that the balance can make its way through, and we support you in that work. So thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I would like I want staff to feel free now to move forward with those docket items. I prefer not to delay us by asking for another list, which is going to be the same. I would hope that maybe between now and the next retreat, we could get maybe little mini descriptions of what the next slide items would take, plus what the additional ideas that council brought up today, so that we could make kind of an informed decision right off the mark in January. What do we want to prioritize? That's 7 months from now, not very far.
Okay, so there is a motion, an amendment in front of us that we need to vote on. And that's to have staff bring back things that could be added to the docket. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember O'Kane?
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler?
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
Okay. Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yeah, I think it's the same list we're going to see, but yes.
Councilmember Marshall?
Yes.
Councilmember File?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herbig?
Yes.
The amendment passes.
All right, now back to the main motion. Can you help me with the main motion, clerk?
The main motion is for staff to bring back this item with recommendations of what they could work on this year.
All right.
The amendment.
Can I take the roll? Is there discussion?
I think it's the amendment. I think that's amendment clarification that Councilmember Kruger provided.
All right, and that passed. So now we need the main motion.
Okay, so isn't that what the main motion was amended to?
No, no.
I think that was additional.
Your head, Councilmember O'Kane. That wasn't the main motion, as I know. That was the amendment that Councilmember Kugler recommended. So I'm looking for the main motion that Councilmember File made.
Okay. Councilmember File asked that staff bring this item back with recommendations of so that the council can make action. So the council can vote on actionable items.
Okay, Councilmember O'Kane.
Yeah, and I think the gap, but I actually really like the way that Ms. Warhol stated this, because there was a lot of detail in the initial motion that Councilmember File made, but the real intent when she initially made it was asking staff to come back. And then she was asked to clarify for more and added more. But what we really were asking for, and Councilmember Kugler's amendment, I think, covered it, was what can you do? You know, it was simple, brought it to what can we do this year? So Councilmember Files, I think, motion really met that intent. And that's at least how I understood it.
Well, that's all well and good, but we voted on an amendment. We need a maiden motion to go with that amendment.
Actually, if, yeah, Mr. Mayor, is the city attorney around to advise us at all on the parliamentary procedure on that? I think there was an
Yeah.
original motion
Yes,
that got
she-
amended.
I was, thank you, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I was reaching for my mouse at the same time. Actually, it's, the main motion has been amended, so you need to have a vote on the main motion as amended. You
Right.
do have a main motion.
And we did that.
That's what I'm looking for, is the verbiage for the main motion.
Oh,
No,
I
if
can't
it's
read
as
it
amended,
back.
we did vote on it as amended. We just voted on it as amended.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, there was
You have
two.
to vote on the amendment first, and we have voted on the amendment. We now have to vote on the main motion.
That is
as-
correct.
Vote on
You
motion.
do. That is correct. You have to have two votes. You
Right.
have to have a vote on the amended motion, and if it passes, then you vote on the motion as amended. That's correct.
So I'm looking for the main motion. Still.
No, 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 no. The main motion,
It's been
It-
amended.
the amendment. So you just have a second vote on the amendment.
We did.
No, you have second vote on the main motion because you've already voted on the amendment.
So, and let me just, I'm not going to call it again, just to clarify, the main motion was seconded, so you have a main motion.
Yes.
The motion was amended, which
Yeah.
was approved, but only the amendment was approved. You still have to vote for the
On-
main motion as amended, which is the amendment.
So the main motion is the amendment?
Yes.
Fine.
So wait, sorry, quick
Yes,
question.
please, Deputy Mayor.
I'm not completely certain on exactly what I'm voting on right now, because I'm not exactly certain how Councilmember Kugler's amendment, did it completely supersede everything that Councilmember File had already put down, or was it additive? I'm really not clear on that.
So what I would ask is that the city clerk repeat the motion as amended. And that amended motion that passed is in fact now the main motion. But I can't, I don't know the content. I do defer to the city clerk for that.
So the amended motion that passed is that the motion was made for staff to bring back this item with recommendations of what the staff could accomplish this docket year. And that amendment passed.
Okay, so that now becomes our main motion, correct?
Correct.
Fine. Deputy Mayor.
Okay, well, I'm gonna, since that's where we are, I'm just gonna go into discussion. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Well, I appreciate the intent of Councilmember File and Councilmember Kugler on this. I also trust our staff to evaluate their capacity. And as I said earlier, I think this undertaking is
a much bigger lift than folks may realize going in right now. I don't think this is something that we can just add on to our work plan 4 months into our, a third into our year when we've already laid out our work plan back in January. I think it'll likely be disruptive, and I think something else is going to have to come off the work plan, and that's going to be a discussion that we'll have to have if we don't listen to staff and we ask them to take on more than they've already said that they can. So for that reason, and not because I'm all for strengthening the tree ordinance, as long as we balance it with affordable housing needs and all of that. And this is something I've brought up multiple times, but I'm going to have to vote against this as it stands right now, because I trust our city manager's evaluation of his staff's capacity, and I think this is a better conversation to have at our January retreat.
All right. Councilmember O'Kane, then Councilmember Kugler.
I want to share that based on our discussion today, and my hope would be not a complete reevaluation of everything that was presented on the tree ordinance, but to look at what we've discussed to see if there was anything that could be added to the 5. And if it comes out, no, there's nothing, I would also hope that it could be in a short period of time. We're not asking, I hope this is not interpreted as rework. These are a couple things that we think would be great. Can you look at them and come back in a month and let us know if they can be added? I think this work is great. I also know that our community has a sense of urgency about our trees, and us showing urgency is incredibly important. And if it comes back, we don't have staff time, we were right, we may have lost a month, but there's a chance. And if there's a chance that we're saving some trees in a neighborhood and people's yards, hey, it's worth a month. Because you know what? We want the best work in this city possible with regard to the environment, and which I'm seeing already. But I think it's okay to have them come back. So I also, and I just want to say, it took a lot of courage, Karina, for you to bring this forward and stand with it so strongly. Because this is something that I know that I'm incredibly passionate about. And it's like, yeah, I understand the docket. I understand the work. We might have to defer. But you took courage to bring this up in the way that you did. And I also have to thank Councilmember Kugler for the amendment, which clarified where we're going, which is much more in alignment with what which is tighter to what I feel we can do as a city this year. So anyway, I'm excited to be moving forward a little bit faster on our trees. So thank you.
Councilmember Kugler.
I just want to also reiterate that I also trust the staff to make recommendations and to know your workload. And if the list is going to be an identical list, then we could just approve those actions tonight. But because of the amendment, the motion that was made, it was to bring it back. I thought there might be, further conversation about it. But that's why I wanted to clarify that I am just making the recommendation that we move forward with what staff have already will determine that they can sufficiently do given their workload for this year.
Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. I want to thank my fellow council colleagues for your support during council retreat to bringing this study session forward. We did push hard for it together. And I want to thank my fellow colleagues, Councilmember Kugler and O'Kane, Marshall, Herbig, and Srebnick, and Mayor Baker. I know you all care about this issue. According to Robert's Rules of Orders, during study sessions, we can't make a final action. Therefore, we have to move for items to be brought back to us at a future meeting to take final action on from a study section. And so this is what we are doing tonight. I very much appreciate Councilmember Kugler's amendment. And this is the importance of how we work together as a council. Sometimes maybe a motion isn't just quite right, but together we make amazing things happen. And I'm looking forward to seeing these 5 items come back to us. I do hope that we can see on that list the reduction of a tree diameter from 8 inches to 6 inches and connecting to that tree rebate program. But whatever does happen and come forward for action, it will be because we worked hard together. And we decided not to be complacent as a council. So I appreciate that. Delaying it another year, I do not think it is an option. That is not a conversation where I want to continue to have with our community who have been so loud, so dynamic, and so insistent that we start taking action to protect our tree canopy, our soil retention, our salmon habitat. It all starts with us and our commitment to the work. So I hope for your support. Thank you.
Councilmember Marshall, then Councilmember Shrevenick.
Actually, I'm not going to comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling this sense of urgency, and that's why I just want to make sure that if we're asking for it to be brought back, that we're not actually delaying staff in acting. So as long as that's the case, I will support the motion.
Yeah, since staff has presented what they're going to get done this year with the list that Ms. Loyuk showed us, I'm not really sure what they're going to bring back because they're already working on a list, and the other lists they've already said they don't have enough time nor the bandwidth to get done. So I'm just not sure. Councilmember O'Kane.
I just want to ask the question here because is our motion clear that we as a council support the items presented for the docket this year? Because I would, if this is appropriate, make the amendment to say proceed on the 5 items presented today, move forward. Then when you come back, is there anything, come back and let us know if there's something more you can add that we can vote on and support. Because I would make an amendment like that if that is appropriate.
Those 5 items you said you could get done, Ms. Loyuk. Are you working on
them? I will be now.
No, I'm just curious. You showed us 5 items that you said you can get done this year, and that's what you were planning on doing, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The first one was about the DBH size for significant tree. I didn't put a size in there, but what I'm hearing is that 6 inches would be appropriate, or is what you would like to see. And that's consistent with our neighbors also. So, yeah.
Yeah, and this about not doing things in work sessions, we've done it since I first joined the council. We continually pass things in work sessions, or study sessions. So I'm not really sure where that comes from because we've done it for years.
It could be that you're just giving direction to move forward.
Do we have a motion on the table for an amendment?
Yes, we do have a motion.
Okay.
Second by Councilmember Kugler. And the motion on the table is actually the amendment to have staff bring forward what they can get accomplished this year.
No, I was talking about Councilmember O'Kane's amendment just now.
Yeah.
No, we don't have a second on Councilmember.
I seconded it, so.
Yes.
Did you? Okay.
Yes, we do, but I do need Councilmember O'Kane to kindly rephrase the amendment. Or repeat.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So the amendment would be to proceed with the items presented today on the list and come back at a near future, I would say 1 month out or whatever is reasonable on our list meeting with any additional items that can be added based on our discussion today.
Okay, so the motion on the table then is for staff to proceed with the 5 items that they presented and to come back in a month and let us know if there's anything else they can get done. Is that correct?
Yes, based on our discussion today.
All right, so there is a motion and a second. City manager.
Well, I wish you all could have been a fly on the wall when I had this discussion with staff. We all know trees are important and you're passionate about them. And so we pushed hard and said, what can we squeeze in this year? What can we possibly squeeze in that'll make a difference this year without having to move anything else off the work plan? And so I kind of feel like you don't believe me that we can just add even more stuff without impacting staff workload. That's how I honestly feel. I feel like you don't believe me. The list is going to be the same in a month. So.
Councilmember Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know all things are to be directed to the chair. And I really appreciate a comment recently made or just made. Yet, we did ask for items to come before us for a study session. We worked hard to ensure that would happen, as did our city and our staff and our council manager, and we appreciate that. Respect goes 2 ways. Appreciation goes 2 ways. We value and appreciate you all for your work. There's no question, no doubt on that. But we have a lot of pressure from our community, and that's not letting up. And we are doing our job today by pushing this forward. That's where I am at firmly as a council member. I'm representing our community on this issue, and I feel strongly about it, and I will not back down. It is nothing related to anybody's belief of what can be handled. It is not being complacent as a council member.
Any further discussion?
So it's really just a priority and resource issue. If trees are now your most important issue, fine, we'll make room for trees. But that just means other things get delayed or moved. That's all. We want to carry out your wishes. We want to carry out your priorities. And so if trees are now your big priority and they outweigh your other ones, that's great. We can make the adjustment. Just know that you either have to add new resources or move other things off your docket or delay them. That's really all it is. That's all I'm trying to get an understanding of. But if you're thinking, oh no, there's always more staff time, they're just waiting around, waiting for things to do, I'm sure we can pack more work into staff because they can just squeeze it in. That is not the case.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Herbig had his hand up first.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay. This council, I'm not arguing that there is an urgency around this. There is. That's why it came up at the retreat. I'm not arguing that we shouldn't do what staff is proposing. We should. But also, there are agreements that we have as a body. And I recognize we're getting far afield from everything, and we've been on this for a while now. But there are agreements that we have as a body as to how we operate as a council. And part of that agreement is that we set our agenda in January and adjust it usually just for relatively large events like, when COVID hit, or when we had the young people, the 2 young folks die crossing the street. Generally speaking, we stick to our priorities. And while we discussed this in January, this didn't make it into our list as a top priority. It didn't make it. The only thing that we agreed to was to have what we got tonight, which was a presentation on what we're currently doing. We got what we asked for from staff, and I do worry. And again, it's not this particular issue. I worry that we're opening ourselves up to just rearranging our work plan every couple of months when an issue comes up that and it just throws our work plan out, and we end up starting over every couple of months because something hot has come up. If there was some like emergent nexus with why this needs to get moved up to the top of our list right now, I'd be open to that discussion. Nothing has changed between now and January, or between January and now. And I really don't want to encourage the tipping of the apple cart in the middle of the year unless there's a real solid concrete reason to do so. And that is what is being not proposed by Councilmember O'Kane's amendment, which I seconded, but generally what has been being proposed. And that's my concern, is not the issue. The issue is great and something we absolutely need to be having discussion about. An issue I've brought up twice before on council, didn't get a whole lot of traction on in previous years. But as a body, we have formal and informal agreements on how we operate, and completely upending our work plan 4 months into the year goes against those agreements, and raises a lot of concerns for me as to how we will direct staff going forward, how often we will change directions based on something that pops up in the middle of the year. These are things I'm concerned about. I just want to put that out there. We have operated very well as a council for a very long time because we have these agreements that we've stuck with. And I'm concerned if we just start changing things because of a presentation in the middle of a study session. So.
Yeah, I mean, the deputy mayor is right. We've had agreements. We have set out a work plan for the year. We know things come up, but we set staff on a direction. We've set city manager on a direction, and now we're looking to change it. We just can't do that. There's a number of people with hands up. Councilmember Kugler, I think I saw yours go up first.
I think I was called before council, before Councilmember Kugler.
O'Kane.
First, I want to step back to the retreat and recognize that environmental stewardship, although it came at number 2 on our list, it tied for number 1. And it took a very tight vote to move it to number 2. Number 2, when we discussed the tree ordinance, there were at least 2 or 3 of us that were wanting for action sooner on the tree ordinance. But we listened to the Planning Commission docket and chose to respect that. That was the decision. We all wanted to move at the retreat, but the tree ordinance was too big to touch. So talking about in the tree ordinance way was too big. But what's been presented to us today is 5 actionable items that we can get done with a request to say, hey, is there anything more we can add? We're not asking for a rework. We're not asking for a change of the docket. Change of the annual work plan. And if it's significant, which my understanding on the tree rebate is it may mean staff time and there may be an expense to it. So we need to hear what that expense is and what could be offered in exchange. What I know is our community is passionate about trees. We're in a crisis right now. We're in an environmental crisis, and that's our responsibility to move as soon as possible to save our tree canopy as much as possible. We know this. And you know what? I'm okay with this motion. That's why I said it took courage for council member to file to speak up here and move forward with this. Because you know what? We may actually come out with something better. And I'm excited about that. And if we go, okay, this is our context, we may have spent an hour on this, hour and a half, but we're going to come out with something better and we're going to be grounded at our next meeting. Sometimes we do need to take long discussions on these incredibly important issues and make the right decision. We've narrowed the scope down to, we want to move forward with what you've got. Is there anything else you can add? And if you were to add one of those 2 things like the rebates, what would it cost and what would be on the table? I can say this is my top priority, the environment is, and it has been since I've been elected. And there's urgency here. It's okay to ask this return. And I'm really excited about all the great work that this team has done. This city is committed to our community and to our environment, and I am so thankful. I mean, I have been nothing but impressed. So I recognize the agreements that we've made, but we are doing this on council. We're actually following council guidelines or rules as a council making this decision right now together. And yes, we're going to have these discussions sometimes, and it's not always going to be straightforward and clean, but we've got to take the risk and stand for our community and our past decisions, which might sometimes need adjustment, which I think this would be a good one. Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we did take this work on as a council for a study session because our planning commission was too overworked. We were told that with clear, firm lines in the sand drawn. And we took this work on together. We agreed to take this work on together. Yes, we agreed to a study session, and hopefully we get something out of it because we were committed to that. I am not in for having cute, happy little discussions, and many of them year after year. I will not sit complacent. But I do hold each of you responsible to standing together with a commitment of doing the homework. We are doing the homework today. It is inconvenient. Yes, it's not going to bump anything off of our workload. We committed to our actions in a council retreat. How does not saving and protecting our tree canopy not fit with climate action plan and not fit with an environmental plan? It fits. It fits Kenmore. It fits our needs. We need it now. We need to move forward. I think we're ready to make a vote. I see Councilmember Marshall. I'll back off, but I think we need to move on. And after we settle this item, I think we need a 5-minute break because I'm needing a break.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yep. And definitely I feel the passion on it. I've felt passion for similar issues and been on the other end of it and as relates to an extremely important environmental issues on this. But I see the motion before us right now as that staff works on the items that they already have proposed to us, and then asking them, can you consider anything else? And to my mind, if they take another hard look and it's as Mr. Hampson has looked at it, it's like, hey, we do not have capacity for it anymore. I'm going to respect that decision. I think I'm going to have to respect that decision. So that's my opinion.
Councilmember Kugler.
Similar to what Councilmember Marshall said, I feel like, we understand, I think as a council that we are, that we have to work in concert with the staff to achieve anything on behalf of the city. And I feel like this motion is made in good faith, and to come and to suggest that we don't understand that the staff may be totally extended and that you can't take any more on, and that we would not be in agreement with you if you came back at that next meeting as we requested and said, this is truly what we can accomplish, then that's not trusting that we are making this in good faith. So I just ask that, you move forward with the things that you propose that you reasonably can get done this year, but that you really give some consideration of the conversation that happened. And then when you come back, it's our job to take you at your word.
All right. Anybody else? All right. So can you please reread the motion, City Clerk?
Reads as follows: motion to proceed with the 5 recommendations as presented by staff today and ask staff to come back in a month with any additional items or any additional recommendations based on today's discussion.
All right, so that's the amendment to the amendment. Clerk, please take the roll.
Deputy Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Mayor Baker.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Yes.
The main motion is amended.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, we still have a main motion. So the main motion is Councilmember Kugler's amendment. No.
No, the main motion has now.
What's the main motion, City Attorney?
Sorry, clicking the wrong buttons. I believe the city clerk was going to say that the main motion is now the approved second amendment from Councilmember O'Kane, and that is accurate.
So the main motion then is for staff to come back to us, confirming that the 5 items that have been discussed will be acted upon. And is there any room for anything else to be added to that list? Is that correct?
That's a fair paraphrase.
Okay, so that is, I'm seeing a yes from Councilmember O'Kane. Any further discussion on this? The clerk, please take the roll. Oh, Councilmember Marshall.
I was just going to say, I really think that plain language gives staff the discretion. It says any, and that could be none, as staff has said. I trust Mr. Hanson on that.
All right. So clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Mayor Baker.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Let's take 5.
Hey, thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank
you very
you.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Let's come back from the recess and we'll go to the next item on the agenda, which is the park naming policy. And our development director, Mrs. Bent. And there she is, magically.
Well, good evening. I think it's still evening, Council.
Good morning.
So I don't really have a lot to say. I'm here tonight to get your direction on a park naming policy and a renaming policy. At the council retreat, there was interest in renaming Squires Landing. And so that's kind of what prompted this discussion. The city does not have a park naming policy. So I did a bit of research to see what other jurisdictions had and gave you some background and a summary of what other jurisdictions had, and also gave you a staff recommendation. So from the staff perspective, would be recommending that you proceed with a renaming policy, that council has the authority to make the decision on the park naming policy, that there is a public input process included in the naming policy, and that in terms of criteria, that there are several criteria included in the naming policy. So I won't go through all that because I think it was pretty clear in the memo. So I guess tonight I am just looking for your direction on moving forward with the park naming process and park naming criteria. And if there is anything you would like to do with Squires Landing, whether you would like to rename the park right now based on the name that has been suggested to you, or you would like to adopt the park naming policy first.
Councilmember File.
I'd like to move forward with renaming of the park as it's been suggested and as it's been so generously gifted by tribal elders. This is important work that we do. The legacy of a lasting name tied to land formerly occupied by our indigenous for community neighbors of generations past leaves a record and acknowledgement to our community going forward, a lasting gift to our community and future generations to come, that we see and acknowledge you. We are grateful for this hard work and effort done. I really appreciate personally the work of Ms. Susan Greathouse and the Humane Society. They've done wonderful work. And I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the name as recommended.
Second.
Councilmember Marshall.
Second.
Yeah, but you had your hand up also.
Oh yeah, as Tlahuatis. So I second it to rename Squires Landing Tlahuatis. I echo everything Councilmember File said. And if we're doing a brief discussion, I'm just so grateful for the staff and all the effort of the Historical Society, everybody involved, Chairman Freiberg of the Tulalip Tribes. The idea came about originally because I was happy originally to see at least an historical reference to one of our parks to Watson Squire. I remember that he was a territorial governor, didn't remember that much about him. And then in 2017 or so, went down to the Wing Luke Asian Museum and picked up a little book called Chinese in Washington State, Mr. Art and Doug Chin. And it was there, thumbing through that I saw that Watson Squire had, and in thoroughness into history, Watson Squire was a Union Civil War organizer and fighter, and later he was involved with reparations to Chinese citizens or residents of Seattle who had later been excluded. But he was the territorial governor and declared martial law to try and keep down the white agitation against lawful residents of Seattle. He did try to keep down martial law, but later then he spoke in favor in Congress, or testified for before the U.S. Senate in support of the 1892 Geary Act, which extended the ban on immigration of Chinese laborers. He said, "I ascertained from personal observation that a very large portion of the Chinese on the Pacific coast are of a kind whose presence is deleterious to the best interest of society." And then later in that speech, he says, the hiring of hordes of Chinese in the towns is thought to interfere with the healthy growth and development of society and is a constant source of uneasiness and dissatisfaction to the white laborer. That's not something that I knew at the time. I'm sure most of our citizens didn't know that. I don't think it reflects our values right now. And we do have the power to decide what we value and whom we honor. And I think this is an outstanding resolution to name this after our First Nations and with their assistance. And I totally appreciate it.
All right, Councilmember Shrubnik, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, and
Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor as well. But just a quick comment. I totally am in support of the renaming and the great work that Suzanne Greathouse with the Heritage Society, I believe that is the name, and city staff did to gather from the tribes in terms of what would be the most appropriate name. The only one concern I have is now I've seen two very different spellings and very different pronunciations. So I think we just need to make sure we've got one that, you know, is right and works. But yeah, totally in support.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I want to echo what my colleagues have already said. You know, we gave direction on the renaming to the Heritage Society. We gave direction, the council gave direction for this for the Heritage Society to kind of take the lead on this. And they put in a lot of work in good faith. And I would have been disappointed if we had steered away from that tonight and not honored their work. So I appreciate that. I appreciate Councilmember Marshall and his continued push on this. It's appreciated. You bringing that to our attention and keeping honest about that. And yeah, I think we should move forward with the new name. And I echo what Councilmember Shrubnik said. We do need to figure out how to be consistent about things with the name going forward. But I'm excited about changing the name.
All right, anyone else? It looks like we need a motion then to go ahead and change the name tonight. Is there a motion?
I made the motion.
That's right, you did it, and Councilmember Marshall seconded. That's right.
Correct.
All right. So, is there any further discussion on naming the park tonight? All right, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. I still think we have the policy adoption for park naming. So any comments on this? Yes, Councilmember Kugler.
I know we're all getting very tired. I want to thank Debbie for all of the work she did and research on all of the things. I do have some feedback, and that is that it seems that this should be an ordinance versus a resolution. I think there are elements of so many different cities' policies that are really great, but ones that really stood out to me are that Debbie's staff's recommendation for council to have naming authority with public input, I think is really important. I think assuming that a name is permanent and that renaming only be considered unless, like if it's named after an individual, if the continued use of the name is not in the best interest of the community, such as in this case. And I also really appreciated staff's recommendation and agree with the recommendation to have an emphasis on DEI with extra attention to First Peoples and their historical place names. That's it.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
Yeah, are we looking for a motion to have staff bring back an ordinance? I'm a little unclear what, okay, I will make the motion.
Yeah.
I think it's outstanding work and very interesting, actually. So I will make the motion for staff to bring back an ordinance that reflects the staff recommendation.
I will second that. Any further comments or discussion? Councilmember File.
Thank you. I really appreciate this hard work. I really do much prefer a little check mark all the way across the box from geography, natural history, culture, community, individual, group, deed, and rename and other. When we're talking about this work, I think it's important that when we're looking at the deed and donation, that we are not talking just about privilege of being able to give financially. That would be a real shame. And renaming, I do appreciate the name shall remain the same for a minimum of 25 years or, you know, under extraordinary circumstances. I really enjoyed much of these recommendations. Frankly, I can't find much wrong with it other than I just want to ensure that we are not giving way to more privilege when we're saying deed or donation. It's very concerning. And honoring the individual, you know, who's contributed a lot. Contributing can be giving back to one's community, many hours of service. It can be beyond, you know, the financial donation, and that is meaningful. And when we recognize that, we are recognizing there are many ways to give, and we are looking at all parts of our community and society, from those who are very capable and able to gift and give with many means to do so, to those who can give in other ways. And that way we have a bridge built in that provides social diversity, social equitable diversity in our future resolution or proclamation to come forward. So thank you.
Anything else? So we have a motion to have staff come back to us with an ordinance. Anything else? Hearing nothing, clerk, please take the roll.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane?
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall?
Yes.
Councilmember File?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herbig?
Yes.
All right, motion passes unanimously. All right, next item on the agenda is staff report. City Manager.
I
I'd like to turn over to Debbie, and Debbie's item is the only thing we have tonight.
Well, this is one of those very unusual items where council action means no action. So to ratify the King County countywide planning policies, that is considered that Kenmore has ratified them if no action is taken before the deadline and at the end of May. These are very small amendments to the countywide planning policies, and staff would be in support of council taking no action. So this is basically just an update to you. So unless council has any concerns about these recommendations, they would then take action, and then that action would be forwarded to council. But if you're in agreement with the amendments as proposed, then no action is needed.
All right. So no action is needed. And unless there's questions, we will move on. So, Mr. City Manager, do I understand correctly there is nothing further to report?
That's right. I don't have any new news on the pandemic.
Great. Council member initiatives and reports. Let's do this a little differently tonight. Deputy Mayor.
Oh, okay. Well, I do have an initiative that I would like to discuss. So I realize it's late, but I do need to move this forward today, hopefully. So I'd like to ask if I have a second to allow discussion on how Kenmore could address the upcoming end to the eviction moratorium. I know it's late, but this is timely and emergent. So I'm hoping that we can have a quick discussion tonight.
And I'll second that.
And that's a second to put it on a future agenda, correct?
Right. Well, yeah, I just want to have a discussion now and then we'll talk about future agenda. But yes, I just want to discuss it a little bit and then see if there's agreement to put on a future agenda. Yes. So as some of you might have heard, the House passed Senate Bill 5160. The original bill was written to give tenants legal representation when facing evictions. But when the bill got to the House floor, a Republican amendment, oddly, former Kenmore resident Michelle Caldier added an amendment which says that the governor's eviction moratorium will end on June 30th. The moratorium was put in place to keep folks housed during the pandemic when businesses were closing and a record number of Washingtonians were furloughed and laid off. According to the Census Bureau, at least for the data they have going back to January, in January of this year, 190,000 Washingtonians were behind in their rent. Many are behind by many months because they lost their job, they had their hours cut. Even folks that qualified for unemployment may be behind because they're still working through the bureaucracy to get their payments. So this leaves us, at least how I see it, in a fairly precarious place as we approach the end of June. There's the potential of seeing thousands, tens of thousands, frankly, of evictions across the state starting on July 1. This could lead to thousands of people without a home, thousands of families with an eviction on the record, making it harder for them to find their next home. And this is a prospect that I think, frankly, should terrify all of us a little bit, especially since we're already dealing with a homelessness crisis and an affordable housing crisis. So last week, Councilmember File connected me with some folks that she was talking to about this issue with the Transit Writers Union. You saw Katie Wilson, who spoke today during public comment. I had a good conversation with her, and we kind of came to an agreement that, because of this emergency, I would like to ask my colleagues for their support to have staff work on some emergency legislation to act as kind of an off-ramp for tenants as the moratorium comes to an end. Specifically, I would like to ask, I'd like for tenants to have, I'd like to propose that we mandate payment plans of some sort. I'm not sure what the length looks like for folks that are behind in their rent when the moratorium comes to an end. That we direct landlords and tenants to rental assistance, which, as was mentioned during public comment, is taking a while to kind of get its legs under it and start working. It's going to take time for that money to get out. And that we institute, or at least take a good look at, instituting a new eviction defense for folks who can show that their eviction was due to how the pandemic affected their ability to pay the rent. There's probably more we should be doing for our tenants, but with the countdown to July 1st staring at us, I really think this is the bare minimum that we should do to help mitigate the potential wave of evictions. And, you know, like I said, we could be facing these in as little as 10 weeks. So with that said, I move that we ask staff to work with the Stay House, Stay Healthy coalition on legislation to offer payment plans for back rent, create a legal defense for eviction defendants who are materially affected by the pandemic and its emergency orders, and directs tenants and landlords to available rental assistance, and that this be brought back for discussion and possible action in time to go into effect prior to June 30th.
I second that.
Thank you.
Well, we had a second to the motion to bring it for discussion.
Right,
So
right.
we're not directing staff from.
Well, no, but I thought under our rules, we still had to have a consensus or a majority to place it on a future agenda.
Yes.
Well, this is far too, well, okay, then I want to comment. This is very complicated and there's lots of resources available. So
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. The mayor was talking.
Happy to have it for discussion, but
Right.
I'm not willing to do. I mean, there's way too many things that you brought up, and there's lots of resources available that are online. I don't know why there is. Yeah. So, yeah, for rental assistance, there's less for foreclosure forbearance, but there's a lot for rental assistance, and I'm happy to have somebody brief us if we need to have that information.
City Attorney, you have popped up for a reason.
I thought there'd be a question about the procedures, but there was none, so I'm just waiting.
Point of information, this group is likely to bring forward a proclamation for us to consider in the future. This is a courteous conversation to have with our fellow colleagues about this. It is timely. We've been talking about what happens should the floor drop. The floor is dropping. We have the opportunity to help build a bridge while some of the programs are being connected. And there is a problem between federal funding connecting to state, county, and cities. Some of it's taking a little bit of time, longer than expected. And we can build a bridge that is being well respective of thinking about our reopening as Kenmore reopens. What happens with our housing crisis once, the moratorium ends. Payment plans would be realistic. We do not have enough homeless shelters to home the kind of wake of homelessness that could possibly happen in Kenmore. That's just a reality. But I support Deputy Mayor Nigel Hairbag. I support this Stay House, Stay Healthy group work that's being done. And I do look forward to the item being brought forth to us at a upcoming meeting, whether it comes to us from this group as a proclamation or a resolution. It's timely. And it took much courage to have this discussion tonight. So thank you, Deputy Mayor Hairbag.
All right, so we're in agreement this will be brought back. All right. Karina, what's going on? Anything?
Thank you, Mayor Baker, Councilmember File for you. While we're on the dais, thank you. I've attended a number of meetings over the last several weeks. It's late. I'm going to keep it short. There's been a lot being discussed on the North Shore School District Capital Bond Planning Task Force meetings. Recently, they were looking to ways they could connect with cities and work together more with cities. That was an interesting, meaningful discussion that surrounded around interest in sport fields, building use, and an interest in a pool. So that being said, the only concern coming out of that discussion was safety. What happens when you need to close a campus or you need to close after hours? And that I was able to address with, that's about contracting with your local city and police department. we can build those bridges. But other than that, I have recently been serving on the King County Youth Marijuana Prevention Education Program Stakeholders Committee. And it's been a real honor to be able to start that work. I want to thank our Mayor David Baker for recommending me and giving me the referral over. We are working on that 10th grade high self-use reporting on the Healthy Youth Survey of marijuana use. And ideally, the idea is to try to create earlier education and awareness and reduce underage youth use. So we're going to continue moving forward. We've already had our first meeting. We're having a second meeting coming up, and we're also looking at grant disbursement. So I'm going to wrap it up there. It's been a late evening, and I really appreciate both our city staff, our management for all the hard work on this long meeting, and all of our council members for your bandwidth. You know, this was a long one. And we all work hard. We're very passionate, and we love this community. And we did good work tonight. So thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate my thanks for well, the council, but also the really the staff, and particularly call out Rob and Samantha, not only, and Brian. You know, not only did we get a study session, we got more than a study session. They went above and beyond what we actually requested in the retreat and did some thinking on their own about what they could squeeze in. And I personally appreciate that, but I don't want that to set a precedent for us to think that, you know, we can just keep pushing. And because I mean, they already did more than we had asked. And at some point I hope, you know, I certainly hope that we can keep with the priorities that are crucial that we came up with at our retreat. I just want to make sure we're appreciative of where staff are at. Thank you.
Councilmember Kogler.
Thank you. I just have 2 words of thanks that I wanted to share with the staff. I mean, in addition to all that they have done for this meeting and beyond, but specifically for the Love of Kenmore event, I want to thank all of the staff and all of the attendees who came to that event. I know turnout wasn't as high as I think everyone would have liked, but it was highly engaging, and people who came were really committed. And I think that's what really matters. So thank you so much for the work. I also want to thank staff for bringing in speakers like Joe Minicozy to the Planning Commission. I wasn't able to attend live, but I did catch the recording. It was super interesting, and I learned a ton. I'm really interested in you know, future conversations and seeing where his philosophy of urban design and economics can help better Kenmore. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Marshall.
Thanks again to Chairman Freiberg of the Tulalip Tribes. Thanks to the Tulalip Tribes themselves, and thanks to our city manager, our staff, the Kenmore Heritage Society, Ms. Greathouse, and all you council members for supporting the new name for Tuachladis. Thanks.
Councilmember O'Kane.
I'll give a Riot 8 update next week, but I do want to thank council and staff for all the work on the what do we call it? The tree, on our tree ordinance discussion that we had today. And in particular, given that Earth Day is coming up soon, and this was the date of the Earth Day proclamation as well as Arbor Day proclamation, I think it's it's just great that we were able to move forward with improvements on what we can do with our tree ordinance. So thank you all. It was a really robust meeting, and I'm just going to leave it there, but I am very grateful that we were able to move forward on Councilmember Files' motion today. Thank you.
All right. I've had some contact with Senator Murray's office and also with our Congresswoman Del Bene on the new, and I can't remember exactly what the terminology is for going back to the old ways of earmarks, but they're not called earmarks anymore. But we are, the city has got a couple of applications in, stressing some projects that were in need of funding, and our fingers are crossed. I know there's been some of Del Bene's staff come back and ask for a little bit clarification, but other than that, the city is in there, and we're very active in trying to obtain funding for projects around the city. So with that, unless there's any further business to come before us,
point of information for our city manager and our city attorney. There were digital records that were created tonight and are in the Q&A box. So you'll want to retain those.
Yeah, the clerk is nodding her head, yes.
Thank you.
Right. There's no further business to come before us.
I'm sorry, Mayor Baker. I have to ask this, and perhaps Don can help me. But if I was listening correctly, I want to confirm where we landed with Deputy Mayor Herbig's item. It sounded like a motion was on the table and that it was seconded. Granted, the motion was wordy and intricate, but I believe it was seconded. There was no call for a vote. So I guess I want to know where we left with that discussion.
Deputy Mayor.
Well, the way that our council rules are written around this particular council initiatives, it can either be put onto an agenda based on a vote of a majority of the council, or based on the chair's reading that there's consensus to put on a future agenda. And I believe the mayor indicated that he believed that there was consensus to put it on a future agenda.
Yep.
Okay, I see. So the consensus is to
put it on a future
agenda. Okay, good. Thank you.
Have it in place before the eviction ban is removed, which will be at the end of June. Is that correct, Deputy Mayor?
Correct.
Yeah. So we need this in place and functional by the end of June. All right. If there's no further business to come before us, we are adjourned. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.